Welcome everybody, Shemaine EC1. Coming to you with another live stream. Listen, free agency's in 2 weeks. We just had the NFL Combine. How y'all feeling out there? How y'all feeling? Um, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like the Philadelphia Eagles are going to hopefully get something done with Chauncey Gardner Jr. That is a big priority right now. And right now, we have to get it done. We got tomorrow until 4:30, 4 p.m. to get a franchise tag done with CJ. If he doesn't, he becomes automatically a free agent. So, I need Howie Roseman to get that done because we cannot lose a top safety like him. We don't know what's in this draft when it comes to drafting safeties. We know we have some potential draft safeties that can be really good in the draft, like Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M. Jordan Battle is another guy I've been looking at. You got a good safeties in this draft. Are you going to go for Brian Branch? I think he's a first rounder. I don't see us drafting the safety and slash cornerback in the first round. So there's a lot of things that are happening. The Philadelphia Eagles, if they trade Darius Slay by June 1st, they will save I think 27.2 or 17.2 million. And I want to put this up because it's very important. The Philadelphia Eagles got to make a decision. You can't keep everybody. Okay. There's a lot of consequences. I want to tell everybody, oh, everything's okay. Well, not really. It's not because we cannot say on everybody. If that was the case, Hargrave would have been signed by now. If that was the case, Miles Sanders would have been back. If that was the case, all these guys, we would have been able to sign them. We can't. We might be losing Brandon Graham. We might be losing Javon Hargrave. We might be losing Fletcher Cox. We're probably losing Marcus Epps. I don't see him coming back. We're losing TJ Edwards. We're losing Kaiser White. We have a possibility of losing not only him, we might be losing CJ Gardner Johnson if he does not get a franchise tag. Does the Philadelphia Eagles want to sign him? Or do they want the picks? If they let him go, you get a comp picks based like a third rounder. Give me the guy that's going to play here. I don't give a damn about those picks because they're not good this year. They're only good next year or the day before next year. So 2025, you're looking at picks. For what? Get the deal done. Darius Slay is making a lot of money. We got to restructure his deal. And if he doesn't want to restructure, he can go. There's a lot of fans who don't understand that this is a business at the end of the day. There's things that you are not proud of. And there's things that you got to do. And sometimes there's tough decisions in this football league. You can't sign everybody back. You're going to have to let some people go. And Darius Slay right now is a huge cap hit right now. The Philadelphia Eagles have to find a way to get Darius Slay's contract under control. You still got Jalen Hurts. You got to pay CJ Gardner Johnson. You got a lot of draft picks you got to sign. So this is going to be a tough situation for Howie Roseman. And it's not Madden. You can't automatically sign players. You can't automatically keep everybody. And a lot of fans forget that. Now, there's one guy who can do all this. It's Howie Roseman, the mastermind when it comes to making contracts affordable for a lot of teams. Or as our team. We got to find a way to keep these players. But I'm not going to be mad if we trade Darius Slay. I'm going to tell you why. People tell me, well, why would you trade Darius Slay? Number one, he's 32 years old. Number two, you can get in the corner in this draft. And I think can be just as good as Darius Slay. Darius Slay's regressed, in my opinion. Darius Slay's not the same corner. And if you think he is, you weren't watching the same game as I am. Do I think it's all his fault? No, I think Jonathan Gannon was horrible as a coordinator. But at the same time, when we pay you that type of money, you got to perform. Darius Slay, to me, is 32 years old. He's making so much money right now. And I don't know how you're going to keep him and CJ Gardner Johnson both happy. We got to find a way, and we got to start tonight. Because tomorrow, If you don't franchise tag, CJ Gardner Johnson officially will be a unrestricted free agent, and you can say goodbye to him. The Philadelphia Eagles got to get this deal done with CJ. Again, how are you going to get the deal done? You're $6 million in cap space. You really don't have enough money to sign him. If that was the case, we were able to lock him down. That's why we're trying to franchise tag CJ. Now, CJ can refuse the franchise tag. We can franchise tag him, but he can refuse it too. Does he want a franchise tag? We've seen players get franchise tag like Le'Veon Bell. Is he going to show up? Is CJ going to be the type of player that's going to show up if we franchise tag him? Because he can sit there and say, I'm not showing up. You didn't pay me, so I'm just going to wait for my contract to be over. That way I can go somewhere else where someone's going to take a chance on me. Or I want to be traded during the deadline. Find a way to get rid of me because I don't want to be here. Players get disgruntled when they're on a franchise tag. So I hope we can find a way to keep all these guys happy. I don't want to trade players. But at the end of the day, you got players you got to sign. You got to make some tough decisions. And you're fortunately right now, as it looks like, and I'll share the screen because, again, this is why I have my computer so I can tell you these things. But right now, look at it. We're in a situation right now. We're in a situation right now. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you. I don't know if you get that. Are not in the best situation. The Bears have more cap space. The more cap space. The Jets have more cap space. The Texans have more cap space. The Raiders have more space. The Bengals have more cap space. The Patriots have more cap space. The Seahawks have more cap space. The Ravens have more cap space. Lions, the Cardinals, the Packers, Commanders, Titans, Colts, Browns, 49ers, and then Eagles. So again, there's a lot of situations that we're in a huge situation right now. It's going to be hard to keep a lot of players happy. Javon is gone. There's no way we're keeping him. The Eagles are not signed Javon Hargrave back. James Bradbury is gone. He's out of here. He's not coming back. Miles Sanders is getting paid somewhere else. He's not coming back. Epps is probably gone. And I think you can do so much better by leaving Epps where he is, unrestricted free agent. Let someone else pick him up and go and draft another safety if you decide to keep CJ Gardner Johnson. I don't think Reed Blankenship is the number one safety. I think he's a good back. But I don't know what he is. I got to see another year out of him. But I feel more comfortable drafting the safety in this draft and pair him up with CJ if we decide to stand him. But the Philadelphia Eagles got to find a way to restructure deals. And it got to start tonight or today. That's why I'm so shocked that we haven't a deal done. We still don't got a DB coach. We still don't got a linebacker coach. We don't got none of that stuff right now. So again, man, we're in a situation that we might not be able to sign everybody. And there's going to be players that we're going to see walk. B might not be coming back. He might not be coming back. We might not be able to afford him. BG wants to stay with Philadelphia. That's going to be hard. I'm BG. I love Brandon Graham. But I feel like the Eagles got to get younger. And we got to start letting go guys that we really love and we really think that it should be here for a long time. And we got to go in this draft and get younger. I will always miss BG for what he did. He's my favorite player as a defensive end. Or listen, this guy is one of the best Eagles all-time players and I can never see him in another jersey. But I seen Dawkins leave. I see Malcolm Jenkins leave. I saw LaShawn McCoy leave. So I can take another situation where that happens. And I'm not going to blame Howie Roseman if we don't get it done because sometimes you can't get everybody back. That's what I'm trying to tell people. That's why there's a possibility that you do trade Darius Slay. Because number one, I don't see him saying, hey, I'll restructure my deal, stay here. I think that he's going to have issues when it comes to he wants to get paid. Now, if he restructures the deal, great and fine. But I hope it's enough where we can say one more Darius Slay and he's a free agent. That's what I hope we do the exact same thing we did to Fletcher Cox and restructure his deals to the point where he has one more year on his contract. And after that, he's no longer on his books. We don't have to worry about him. Because he's making a lot of money. He's here into what, 23, 26? By then he will be done. If you don't trade him by June 1st, you're taking a cap hit. So I think if you stay, I'm gonna say this: if you franchise tag C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Darius Slay is more likely getting traded by June 1st. Look who we're looking at. The Philadelphia Eagles are preparing for C.J. Gardner-Johnson to leave. Why do you think we're looking at Saints? They're preparing for Darius Slay to leave. Why do you think they're looking at Chris? Or are there rumors we might draft a corner? And if we draft a corner, more likely, Darius might be out the door. If we draft at least two corners, I certainly think Darius Slay is out the door. Another guy I can see being moved is Avonte Maddox. He has one more year on his deal, or at least 2 years. He can't stay healthy. And Liz making a lot of money. I love Avonte Maddox. But again, it's a business. But there's a lot of fans who are to those players. They say, oh, we can't get rid of them. Well, we're going to have to find a way to make money. We're going to have to find a way to get cap space here. Can't sign everybody. This is not Madden. The Eagles are going to spend a spending spree here. We're not doing that in the free agency. We're not going to have enough money to do that. Now, again, how we create money, we might create cap space at the free agency. But if we can't stand C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I don't see us being able to get anybody back. The biggest priority one is to stand C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You gotta make sure he stays in the building. Because if he walks out, he's gone. There's going to be some team that's going to look at him and say he's the highest safety. Oh, he wants the highest paid safety money? You got the money to do it. I can see someone like the Bears doing it. Someone like Houston could do it. I can see Houston getting it. You pair him up Peachy over there. Just saying. Arch rivals, the Giants could be a possibility. They need safety. CJ's going to go where the money is. It's a business at the end of the day. Players want their money. Players are not going to take a franchise tag if they want it. And I don't know will CJ's willing to take a franchise tag. You listen, he got out of the Saints because they couldn't afford him. You think he's staying if we don't stand him? You think he's going to play on a franchise tag? I don't know. I hope he does. But again, a lot of players are about money. They're all about this. And if you don't provide, you're not seeing them again in the Eagles uniform. So I'm just letting y'all know, don't be shocked if we do not hear the news that we franchise tag CJ or we let him walk. Because we might not be able to do it. Because you have to agree to a franchise tag. And some players are not going to agree to that. You can franchise tag them, but they're not going to want to be on there. And what happens if CJ Gardner-Johnson says, you know what, I want franchise tag. Yeah, you franchise me. Cool, I'm going to sit out. Then what do? Now you're in a pickle. You're in a situation you don't want to be in. Players don't like being franchise tagged. It rarely happens. And I don't see the Eagles franchise tagging CJ Gardner-Johnson. If they're going to get a deal done, they will get a deal done by free agency. Howie Roseman rarely franchise tags anybody. So that shows me one thing. They don't really have enough money to sign your core players. And this is why it was so important to win a Super Bowl this year. Because you're losing a lot of players, man. Hurts is going to get a bag. You're not going to retain everybody. This is why it's so important in this draft this year to get all these guys in this draft, like a safety, a linebacker, a cornerback, a receiver, a running back. You got to find a way to get all these guys and fill these positions. You're not going to fill every position, but you got to fill some of them because you're not going to have the money in free agency to do that. So when you hear content creators talk about what we're going to sign a running back, what money? If we can't sign C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we're not signing no running back. We're not trading for no person that is quality. We're not trading for Derrick Henry. So I don't know why there's rumors that coming around. Eagle fans want. They want a lot of people. We can't afford them. We got to sign the players, man. The Philadelphia Eagles got to find a way to keep C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the building. They cannot let him walk. He's one of the best safeties in football right now in the league. And he has more special than any other safety right now. And he's 25 years old. If you don't extend him, somebody will pay him. And it won't be us. So again, there's a lot of situations going on. And there's a lot of things that we might not enjoy. And that's why it was so important for Jonathan Gannon to help this defense out. And we fortunately did not come through. What happens when you go out and you try to build for a Super Bowl? Because we had no choice. This was our year because we're losing a lot of players, man. And it might not be a situation where we're able to get back this year. We might be in a rebuild situation where we're going to lose core players like Darius Slay. I can see the Eagles trading him because he's going to cost a lot of money. Yeah, I would love their restructured deal. But restructuring don't mean nothing. When it comes to he's going to have a huge cap hit where you might not be able to afford him if you sign Jalen Hurts. Now, again, Howie Roseman's a wizard with these contracts. I'm not an expert. I mean, I am. But you see the cap hit. You see where we are and look what the other teams are. There's going to be a lot of players that are going to be traded. There's going to be a lot of players that are going to be released. A lot of players that you're going to see walk. A lot of good players that you might not see walk, but they will walk. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson could be a type of guy, and I'm not saying he is, but if we don't franchise tag him, he's gone. You could say goodbye to him. So I think the Eagles need to sign him. I don't see C.J. Gardner-Johnson leaving. When you just traded from the Saints, if you're just going to let him walk, what's on trade for him? See, that again, that doesn't make sense to me. But knowing the Eagles, they might want the picks. That if you let them walk, they get a compensatory pick or something like that. You know how it goes. He loves his picks. But then they're not going to be good for this year either. So again, you're getting the pick for 2025, right? And get a safety. It's going to be years. It's going to grow with your team, who's only 25 years old. That's what I'm saying. There's going to be a lot of players that are going to be walking. So, no, we can't sign everybody. And there's going to be players that are going to want a lot of money. And there's going to be players that we want back that we can't get back. That's the business of contracts and business of GMs. This is why Howie Roseman, if he's the best, he'll find a way to make it work. And I think Howie Roseman's still the best. Even if we get it done, I'm not going to blame Howie Roseman. Because he can't control everything. He can't control everything. You cannot afford a lot of plays this year. I don't want to be the negative Nancy, but if it makes me negative for telling the truth about what we might not be able to do, then so be it. Because we cannot sign everybody back. So that's why I'm saying, that's why we've reports coming out that we might trade Darius Slay. Because guess what? June 1st, if we trade him, we're saving 17.2 million in cap space, which could be very much used if you tag CJ Garn Johnson, because that means you can pay him. And I'm more comfortable paying him if we franchise tag him in the middle of a training camp. Get him done. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens for sure. Let's get to some of these comments, man. It's gonna be tough, man. You know, I see everybody coming back. Sad part is we can't get. No, we can't. And, there's a lot of Eagle consecrators who are blowing smoke up a lot of Eagle fans' asses. So, but, I think it's negative that you think that everybody can't come back. Everybody can't come back. You think the Eagles are trying to franchise tag CJ? When have you seen Howie Roseman franchise tag a player? Let me know. Because it hasn't been done. Howie Roseman is so desperate to keep CJ in here that he has to franchise tag a player. Because he can't afford to pay him right now. We got a lot of cap. We got a lot of restriction. There's got to restructure the deal. If he doesn't, he got to go. He got to go. Because you can't afford to keep him and afford to keep CJ here and afford to pay Jalen Hurts. And you got to sign your draft picks. That costs a lot of money. That's going to cost money too. It's going to cost some cap space too to sign these guys. You got to sign your picks. So it's not about, this year. It's about the future going forward. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to happen that we might not enjoy. BG, Brandon Graham might be gone. I can see the Browns signing him because he's former with Jim Schwartz. Him and Fletcher Cox, I think, go to Browns. I think they go to Cleveland, and he signed a 1-year, 2-year deal at the most if we can't get a deal done. I would love Brandon Graham back. I feel like you can't lose him. He's such a big for defense. But again, we're not going to have enough money. Hargrave is gone. Epps is gone. You're losing Bradbury. You're not retaining him. You're losing Sanders. You're losing Edwards. You're losing Kazir. You're not keeping, but most of these free agents on the Eagles are gone. Samalo was out of here. Just got a lot of players that want aid. You can't pay everybody. So you cap tight right now. We are right now. You got to pay Daniel Jones. I don't know what y'all talking about. You see, you got Giant fans over here running their mouth. They about to get Daniel Jones $45 million. You better hope they don't give you $45 million, or you could say goodbye to your team. Daniel Jones would destroy your whole team, bro. And he's not worth $45 million. So again, I don't know why Giant fans talking. You have to pay. Are you leaving? You might be leaving Saquon go. You're not gonna have enough money to him. Bye bye your team then. So I don't know why you running your mouth. You can't replace Saquon. He's out of here. Unless you're going to franchise tag him, but you still got a franchise tag. Are you going to franchise tag Jones? See, Giant fans running their mouth. They got more cap space, but yet they won't sign the core players right now. Interesting. So if I have one thing to say, it is don't have Howie Roseman. Now I'm saying this because I think Howie Roseman will sign C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, and I do think Brandon Graham will get a contract extension because I trust Howie. I think he'll do something crazy with this cap space. I think you will see things start tomorrow. I think CJ gets franchise tag. I honestly do. But I don't know why a Giant fan is here running their mouth. You're about to pay Daniel Jones $45 million. Congratulations. You're about to pay him $45 million. That's what he wants. Or you're about to draft a quarterback. So I really don't understand why Giant fans here would have $56 million. What are you talking about? We have $56 million. Uh-huh. Cool. And you're about to lose your players. So, if you have $56 million, you should be able to get Saquon done, right? You should be able to get Daniel Jones done, right? That's why they're not even close to a deal. Get out of here, man. Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Giants running their mouth. It's always the rivals, bro. It's always the ones that were always in the basement, finally came out the basement, beat them 3 times in the playoffs, and they butt hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's always these sorry ass franchise. Them and the Commanders. You see them talking about who they can get, man. They got to overpay Daniel Jones, bro. Go ahead, overpay him. Go ahead, overpay him. I want Daniels to get his 45 million. He's not worth that type of money. And once Saquon gone, your hopes is done. We franchise Saquon. I don't think you do. I don't think you do. And now you gotta understand, a lot of players don't want to be franchise tag. Saquon going to be one of the franchise tags? Just because you franchise a tag a player doesn't mean they have degree to it. They can sit out anytime they want. You butthurt that you lost for the Super Bowl, but we beat y'all 3 times. Oh, we beat y'all 3 times. We own y'all. Yeah, we're not butthurt we lost the Super Bowl. We butthurt because John DeGannon messed up. I'm not butthurt. I moved on. You don't want butthurt because you thought you were going to the Super Bowl. You thought you had a chance against us. And what happened? At least we made it to the Super Bowl. When the last time the Giants ever went to the Super Bowl? 2012? With Tom Coughlin as your head coach? When's the last time Giants made it to the NFC Championship game? When's the last time y'all won an NFC Championship game? Talk to me when you actually do something currently. Because to that, I don't want to hear from y'all. You haven't won shit since 2012. Your last quarterback was Eli Manning. And you had Plaxico Burress as your receiver. Come on, man. Give it the times. Come on, dude. And I've been seeing you make videos too, bro. I've been seeing you troll too. It's cool. You were very quiet when we were in the playoffs, weren't you? Stay quiet. I don't hear from a Giant fan until they actually hit free agency. Talk to me next offseason. Until then, I don't want to hear from y'all. Because we still won the NFC Championship. We still won the NFC Championship game. We are still the NFC champs. You didn't win the Super Bowl, but we were the NFC champs, man. So we still the NFC champs. We still are a better team than y'all. We can lose half of our players right now, and I guarantee we beat the dog shit out y'all next year. We own y'all. We own y'all. Every single year we own y'all. So it's amazing how Giant fans want to talk. They talk to the fathers like that until we spank them with the belt. Come on, dude. Crazy as hell. Y'all regarding that we beat y'all three times, but y'all didn't back it up. Y'all in that we beat him 3 times, but y'all didn't back it up. So yeah, we didn't win the Super Bowl. You're right, we didn't. But we beat y'all. Did you not lose to the Eagles in the division round? Yes or no? Let me know when you make the NFC Championship game. Let me know when you are in the Super Bowl. Because let me ask you, right? If the Philadelphia Eagles did not make the Super Bowl when the Giants did, I want to be talking. Number one, even if you lose, you made it. You did something the other teams didn't do. I want to be talking. Yeah, you lost. I want to be clowning y'all because you were the better team than us. Why would I be talking? But there's some teams, some fan base, that don't know their place. You're not the Kansas City Chiefs. If you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, what the hell do you have to celebrate for? Because you saw us lose? Because you're butthurt because we beat y'all. And you were cocky going to the game, knowing that the Eagles you thought Jalen Hurts wasn't going to be winning against y'all. You thought you were something good, huh? Because you beat the overrated Minnesota Vikings with Kirk Cousins, who sucks, in Minnesota, and you thought you were able to beat the Eagles with that, huh? And it backfired on you. Daniel Jones is trash. He's not a franchise quarterback. But I hope you do pay him $45 million because he's not a good quarterback. He's a below back average quarterback who wins you games here and there, but he's not consistent. But go ahead, pay him 45 million. He deserves it. I encourage it. We lost, but we still made it further than y'all. So again, we're not going to talk about you, man. We got John Fanny in here, man, who seriously don't know the place, man. I'm not going to argue with you, bro. You're clown for just talking, especially when you haven't made it further than us, bro. We should go down on defense. All right, I agree. Like I said, man, when you look at this combine, I'm really high up on Christian Gonzalez. If Witherspoon drops to 10, I might draft him. Hell, I think there's a chance Witherspoon might drop in the second round, just because I don't think he participated in the combine, and I don't know if teams are going to take a chance on him because he might have an injury. But if he's there in the second, I'm grabbing him and I'm making them my starters immediately. You get me Gonzalez and Witherspoon, but I also like Gibbs, dude. Gibbs ran a fast combat. There's a lot of people who are going to say Bijan Robinson this. I'm not a fan of Bijan Robinson. I don't feel like Bijan Robinson would fit in our offense when it comes to the Gibbs, who's a better running back in my opinion. Do I think Bijan? I mean, I don't know who we take. If we do get Bijan, so be it. But I don't see the Eagles drafting one in the first round. I think the Eagles go defense both picks. If they do, I think they trade that 30th pick, like I said, and I think they move down a couple spots in the second round. I think we only get the 10th pick. We draft a corner or an offensive lineman or one of those whoever's the highest on the board at 10, and we trade the 30th pick. We move down in the second round. We move up in the second round, and we couple picks in the second and third round. We don't got picks. We only got one pick in the second round. So I don't see the Eagles drafting 2 first rounders in the first round because you still got to pay them. And we can't afford to pay 2 first rounders. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things you're saying. We got 2 first rounders. No, we don't. We're going to trade one of them. You still got to pay that contract. They're got to pay them on a rookie deal. So I think we trade those front picks, one of those first rounders. I think we moving to the second round, early second round. And I think we either grab Jamar Gibbs in the second or one of those safeties. It's CJ goes. But you have other Eagle fans talking crap. Who was talking crap about we made the playoffs? The only time we were talking crap is when y'all were talking shit, talking about F us. When you didn't know your place. That's the only time we were talking crap about y'all. So I knew we were going to beat y'all. If you were on my channel before, I said we were going to blow you out. Everybody thought it was going to be a close game. I didn't think it was going to be a close game. I never thought it was going to be a close game. Because you were the same Giants that we saw won in the regular season. So again, I don't know who the Eagle fans are. You ran into a great team and you lost. I think the Giants are going to go. I think the Giants get better down the road. But I'm not going to sit there and hype them up. Your quarterback to me is not a future. You know what I'm saying? If I'm the Giants, I call to get Justin Fields. He might be a better quarterback than Daniel Jones. He is a better quarterback than Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is trash, bro. He's trash, man. He's not worth Jalen Hurts type money. He's not worth Patrick Mahomes type money. He's not even worth Deshaun Watson type money. Daniel Jones is a loser. He trips on his own 2 feet, and he throws a lot of interceptions. How do you pay a quarterback $45 million when he threw a pick in the biggest game in his career? When he threw an interception in the playoff game, and he was inconsistent. So man, it is what it is. I didn't say you were. I said there was Giant fans who talked crap. I said Giant fans. Do I think the Giants will get better? Absolutely. I think that's the point. I think the Giants will get better down the road. But I think it's going to take 2 to 3 years at the most to get better. I think they still got to do stuff. I think Barkley goes, and I think they draft an offensive. I think they're going to go. I think Giants might go. There's rumors they might go Bijan Robinson. Yeah, I heard they were interviewing him. I don't know why they would take another running back. They didn't learn the first time. Why would they take another one? You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you right now, Bijan is not going to be really great in NFL. I'm going to call it right now. Bijan Robinson is not going to be all that. People are overhyping him, and I'm seeing overhyping. I think Gibbs is a better running back than him. There's going to be a lot of disagreement in the comments, but I don't care. I'm not here for your opinions. I'm here to give up my opinion, and that's it. You don't like it, you don't have to like it. Unsubscribe and go. I don't think Bijan Robinson is worth taking at 10. I'm not taking him at 31. Because listen, we don't need a superstar running back. Those are for loser franchise. When you got other positions to fill, cornerback, because this wins you championships, not offense. Name me an offense where you actually saw an offense win a championship without a defense. It's never happened. Who says Dane Jones getting Patrick Mahomes? I didn't say he's getting Patrick Mahomes, man. I say he wants 45 million. And he's not worth 45 million. And Dane Jones, if he had his way, he would want Patrick Mahomes type money. 45 million is more than what Jalen might get more now. But he's gonna want a lot of money. The man wants 45 million. He's not worth 45 million. That's still a lot. It's still a lot. So again, I heard he demanded 45 a year. Yeah, he's not even worth 45 a year. I wouldn't even give him 10. I would let Daniel Jones walk. You can find another quarterback just as good in this draft than Daniel Jones. I'm not paying no quarterback 45 million. Not when you just choked up in the playoffs game. I'll franchise tag you, but I'm not paying you 45 million. You don't deserve it. Anybody thinks that he deserves it, good luck. Good luck. You can plug any line. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people. Listen, we're not taking Bijan Robinson. We're not taking him. Okay, I don't know why these Eagle fans in the comments are about, oh, let's get Bijan. When have you seen Howard Roseman take a running back? It's never happened. It's never happened in Eagles history, period. When have you seen the Eagles ever take a running back in the first round? If it's not going to happen now, it's not going to happen. The Eagles are not drafting a running back in the first round. Now when you have other positions you fill. The Eagles got to get defense, man. You got to get defense. You got to fill these positions that you're losing, man. I heard a lot of Eagle contracts. Shout out to them. But there's a lot of Eagle contracts they're talking about. Oh, we can score more points. Who's stopping the other from scoring that? You can score more points. How well is that helping? Dallas could have done it. Dallas had an offense that scored points. They didn't have a defense, though. It's great until you go to the playoffs. You're not going to outscore your opponents. You got to have defense. And listen, you can outscore your opponents in the playoffs until you run into a team that has a really good defense. Then what do you do? So again, that's why it don't make sense drafting a running back in the first round. It's not going to happen. You got to get corner in this draft. You got to get safety in this draft. I think you still need a linebacker in this draft. Whether you sign one or draft one, you got to get one in the building to pair up with Nakobe Dean. Edwards is gone. You're not signing Kaiser White back. You got to upgrade that linebacker, man. You're just going to have Nakobe Dean on your roster? Come on, man. You know? Yeah, but that was a long time ago. True. What's up, Jaden Chris? How you doing, man? Again, man, like when you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, they got to make some decisions. And at the end of the day, the Philadelphia Eagles have to find a way to keep C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You have to keep him. You got to find a. I would franchise tag him and say, listen, we're going to pay you. You just got to relax. We're in a tight situation right now. We want you as our future piece right now. We think that you're the future going forward. We want to pay you. We'll give you a contract later, but you got to get franchise tag right now. That's how I feel like you got to say to CJ. You got to sit him down and say, we have to franchise tag you, bro. We're gonna pay you, bro. But we're going to franchise tag you right now. And if he's not willing to do it, then you let him walk. Because again, if this guy's stubborn and he wants his money and he wants to be the high paid safety, I don't care how good you are, then you can go. Because listen, it's not about you. This is a business. Now, I get players want their money. I get he's a great safety. He's 25 years old. He still hasn't his prime yet. But I can go in this draft and get another safety that might be just as good as CJ. And I think that's why the Eagles are looking at safety because they're preparing for CJ to go. If they can't sign to it, if he don't agree to a franchise tag, he's gone. And I don't know if CJ is going to be willing to sign a franchise tag. He might want to get paid. He might see another team offer him money and say, I'm going to go to that team. See ya. His agent might be saying, listen, we got a team offering us CJ a top safety money right now. So if you want to franchise tag him, we're not going to accept it. We might go to that team who's going to offer us money. But you got to do everything in your power to franchise tag CJ. You cannot let him hit free agency. He's my number one priority. You got to find a way to sign CJ. And I don't like how the Eagles are doing it right now. I feel like the Eagles are trying to wait for him to walk so they can get some picks. I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not the case. Because it's one thing, okay, you get a pick for Hargrave. But CJ is your future piece that you throw around for a long time. The kid is 25 years old. And when you traded for him, you had to know that you had to extend him. You knew he was going to be a good safety coming into this league. You knew he wants to get paid. So if you didn't, you could pay him, and you did not think you could extend, you should have never traded for him. That to me would be a waste of time to trade for him. So you only extend him, you only traded for him just for this year, and you let him walk just to get a fifth round 2025 stupid compensation pick. I would be shady as hell for Howie to do that. I wouldn't even like that one bit, and it would make me start turning on him a little bit, not loud, but a little bit. Because guess what? That would be a shady move to do. Why did you trade for him? You could have signed Jabril Peppers. You could have done a lot. You went out and not only you traded him when he wanted to get paid by the Saints, and the Saints couldn't afford him. That's why the Saints let him go. Because they couldn't afford him. And they said, all right, here, Eagles. We can't afford him, bro. Here you go. So to me, it would be stupid as hell for not paying him or try to franchise tag and keep him and just let him walk for a pick. Because what was the point of getting him in the first place? You could have just signed a veteran. You went out and not only you traded a pick, you got a star safety. You got to find a way to keep him in. I don't see CJ walking. I cannot see CJ walking and leaving. What was the point of trading for him? It would just make no sense at all. It'd be like, so you're just going to basically rent him out for this year? Really? Really? It don't make sense, man. It does. I get if he was 31 years old, or he was 30 or 29, but he's 25 years old. You should have had a backup plan when you decided to trade for him. You pulled the trigger. It's your job to extend these guys. I think there are two priorities that you cannot let walk, which is going to be hard. Is if you possibly, now I don't know if it's going to happen, but if you can find a way to keep CJ, I mean, you can find a way, and you better hope and pray that Hargrave does not get a lot, and maybe he comes back. I don't see that happening because I think the Bears are going to sign him. I think the Bears go after him. I think they go after him and TJ Edwards. I think TJ Edwards becomes a Chicago Bear. But you can find a way to keep Hargrave here, then you do it. You want to keep your core players here. But again, Hargrave wants a lot of money. He wants the best defense tackle money on the market. He's not getting it enough. We don't have enough money to sign that. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be tough, dude. It really is. But we're going to see what happens for sure. We got till tomorrow to 4 p.m. to sign C.J. Gardner-Johnson to a franchise tag. If we don't, he's a free agent. You know, and it would be embarrassing. It would be absolutely embarrassing to leave a 25-year-old safety walk when he's giving you all everything in his body to be part of this team. You agreed to trade for him knowing that he wanted to get paid top money. So why the Saints let him walk to the Philadelphia Eagles? I mean, traded him. So to me, it would not make sense. It would not make sense, as you can see right here. So you got 4 p.m. to do it. Please get it done. You know what I'm saying? Please get it done. Get it done. Get it done. I feel like you get it done, bro. You cannot let him walk out the building. And it'd just be disgraceful. It just showed me one thing. That they weren't ready. They didn't want to stem in the first place. They were worried about the picks. I don't care about picks. This is about a kid who's 25 years old. Find a way to get it done. Okay? But like I said, man, and I've been saying this over and over again. You know, the Philadelphia Eagles got to find, if they can, you know, look at this. This is not happening. This is what I'm talking about. This is not going to happen. So what is the point of hyping Eagle fans up for this to happen? It's not happening. He's another one guy that wants to get paid. See, this is what I'm talking about. We got to stop doing this. Stop trying to do this stuff. Because you're only going to get Eagle fans upset when it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. Doing that shit just makes Eagle fans more mad. Because now they're going to hype up Derek. I already hear people on Eagle fans on Twitter talk about we should go get Sutton. With what money? We can't trade for nobody. We're going to be limited in cap space. It makes no sense. Yet another example why you can't rely on talent to bail you out. Exactly. You know? Big D, never mind, he's walking. Who's CJ? I'm not. Listen, I want CJ here. I'll say it again. It would be stupid and shady for Howie Roseman to let him walk. Knowing well you traded for him. So let me get this straight. If you let him walk, you basically just rented him for a year. Then why did you trade for him? Because you could have signed a veteran safety to a 1-year deal. You decided to trade for a star safety. He's 25 years old. I don't care about the fucking man. Because that's not winning me championships. Players like that are winning me Super Bowls. Star caliber players, man, win me championships. He's a core piece that you got to keep. You have to resign him. Exactly. It would make me look. It would make me look so bad when I just forgave Howard Roseman for him to do that. Because what are you building when you have CJ here? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebuild? If you leave CJ walk out the door, then you might as well trade Darius Slay right now. You might need to trade him because if you leave CJ walk out the door, then trade Darius Slay, trade Avonte Mack, and let's start this thing from fresh. Because you're rebuilding to me. Because if you leave CJ walk, you're leaving one of the best safeties hit the market. I'm not willing to do that. I'm going to try, if I'm the GM, I'm going to try everything in my power to franchise tag him. Franchise tag him. I don't care if he's upset. Because you can say, listen, we're going to pay you, but we can't do it right now. So we're going to franchise tag you. You're still on a contract with us into 1 more year. We're going to get a deal done. We're going to try to get a deal done with you. We want you here. You want the money, we got you. You can't let this man out the building. I just think that would be stupid, and it'd be inconsiderate from Howard Roseman. And I've given this man credit. You know, it's like Howard Roseman. I won't get mad at him, but I'd be upset. I'd be disappointed because again, I'm not going to say fire him. I'm not doing all of that. I'm over that. But I'll be upset because it's like, what is our plan going forward? Now you have to draft safety. You're not only going to have to draft one safety, you might have to draft two. So now it's going to take away from you getting a runner back, like a Jamar Gibbs on the board, because you got to fill other positions now. You're already losing Hargrave. So losing CJ would take a huge blow on this team. It would hurt this team so tremendously. It would hurt them more to lose him than losing Brandon Graham. And that's another guy I think you got to bring back. You got to find a way to keep Brandon. I cannot see him walking to another team. I can see it. I just don't want it. He's the leader of this. You saw what we were without Brandon Graham. You saw that. You know, I don't mind leaving Fletcher Cox leave, but you can't leave Brandon Graham walk. You can't leave CJ walk. I, I mean, listen. And then this is what I'm saying. When people tell me you got to keep Slay, you can't. Because if I'm franchise tagging CJ, I need enough money to sign him. I cannot let him play a franchise tag in the regular season. He got to get signed by training camp. Because then you're going to have a situation where that player might not want to show up. And I don't want a Le'Veon Bell situation. So there's going to be a lot of people disagreeing with me. But listen, if you trade him June 1st, hold on, let me pull this up. If you trade him June 1st, you're saving 17. Hold up, let me read it. You're saying 17.5 million. You're saying 17.5 million cap space just for trading Darius Slay June 1st. I'm gonna tell you like this: if CJ tagged, Slay's gone because you gotta have enough money to sign him. And I don't know if Darius Slay, like I said, he got a restructured deal. Number one, I think that you're going to see Darius Slay do restructure where Fletcher Cox was last year, where they might release him. And you said, what did we do? We take a dead cap hit and we bring him back on a cheaper deal, like a 1-year deal. I think you see that possibility again. Because you remember when we leave Fletcher Cox, we're like, what are we doing? Taking a huge cap hit. Because they're going to try to redo his deal. I think you see that. I will not be sure we release Darius Slay and people get freaked out and talk about we might take a huge cap hit. And then restructure the deal where it's a 1-year deal where it's not going to kill us. That way we can get guys signed like CJ before free agency. We've seen the last year with Fletcher Cox. I can see something like that. Because I think the Eagles really do want to bring back a guy like Hargrave back. Because he's very important to this defense. I think the Eagles do really want to bring a guy back like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But Slay's making a lot of money. You have to restructure him. And I can see, like I said, remember when the Eagles cut Fletcher Cox and we were like, what are we doing? And we took a huge cap hit. And then what we do? We brought him back. We signed to a 1-year deal. So it didn't hit our cap. So it didn't cost us a lot of money in cap hit. So it was easy to keep him. That's why I think we do to Darius Slay. I think we his whole contract, signed to another 1-year deal, where he has 1-year deal on his contract, and then next year he's a free agent. That's what I think that we're going to do. And there'll be people freaking out about why we releasing Slay. No, this is stupid because we're going to restructure his deal. And what he's making top money. And he's killing us in the cap space. And if I'm the Eagles, I'm doing everything in my power to try to keep guys like Hargrave here. As much as I know he's not going to be here. But I don't want to be able to going this draft and knowing how to spaces. I have a lot of spots that I have to fix because you don't know if you're going to get a Jalen Carter falling to you. You don't know if that, and that might take away from getting a guy like a Gonzalez. They're going to want to try to keep those guys. I think you've got to try to fix Brandon Graham contract so he's able to fill it up and retire. You got to find a way to keep him. So again, I would not be shocked if the Philadelphia Eagles do what they did the last year with Fletcher Cox. They release his whole contract. People are freaking out about why we couldn't Slay, and they signed to a 1-year deal where it's not going to hit us so bad where we're going to have to worry about the cap hit. Remember last year, Fletcher was making a lot of money, and we restructured this whole deal where we released them, and everybody was freaking out because I didn't know what the hell we were doing. I'm like, why are we releasing Fletcher Cox? And why are we taking a huge cap hit? Oh, this GM's an idiot. And then it's like Howie Roseman was trying to restrict the deal where it did not hurt him in the cap space. I think we do the exact same thing with Darius Slay. So I'm just preparing for y'all. I'm preparing y'all for that. Because right now, he's making a lot of money. And you have to sign players back. Like CJ, if you tag him, you got to sign him. You can't just put him on a franchise tag. You got to find a way to sign this guy. So I think that I think CJ gets tagged, and I think the offseason we're going to restructure a lot of deals. I think there's a situation you got to restructure deals where there's going to be players that are going to be gone next year. Darius Slay's not staying. If he stays one more year this year, and he's out of here. And I don't think we're going to trade him. I think he walks next year because I think we're going to restructure his deal where it's not going to hit us so bad. Where I think we release him, and Howie Roseman finds a way to restructure. You know Howie Roseman. He's going to restructure his deal where it's not going to hit him hard. So I can see a scenario where he might release him and take the cap hit and then bring him back on a cheap 1-year deal where it's not going to kill us. Fletcher Cox was making a lot of money last year. We restructured his deal where we released him and restructured him to a 1-year deal. And that's why he's a free agent this year. He's not here for a long time. And I'm so glad we did that because we wouldn't be able to afford players like that. So I can see where we released Darius Slay and restructure the deal and make it a 1-year deal where he stays for 1 more year and he's a free agent. He hits the market next year because he's 32 years old and his contract is not going to be over until 2026. By then, I don't know if he's going to be the same cornerback that he was 4 to 5 years ago. He's not. I don't think he's the same guy now. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but I think he's regressed from what he was. Do I think it's all his fault? No. I think Jonathan Gannon is a horrible defensive coordinator. But again, man, there's 32 years old. And I feel like you got to find a way you got to sign your draft picks. So there's going to be a lot of things that they're going to happen. We're going to talk about it for sure. There's going to be a lot of rumors. I don't know what the Eagles are going to do. I'm not a genius. I'm not Howie Roseman. But knowing Howie Roseman, he will figure a way to get these players wherever he wants. He will find a way to fix this. We'll be all right. When it comes to, I'm not worried about CJ. I'm confident we franchise tag him tomorrow. If we don't, it'd be what's the point of getting it? You got to franchise tag CJ. And you got to pay him before the offseason, in my opinion. Or you got to pay him during training camp. Not walk into the season having a guy franchise tag. Number one, because the player's going to be disgruntled. You saw Le'Veon Bell. The man didn't want to show up because he was franchise tag, because he was paid. Players are not going to put up with the franchise tag that often, especially when you think you deserve your money. CJ's the guy that I think is going to want his money. And I played on your contract. I went from one team to another. Please sign me. I want to be here for a long time. And like I said, man, If I'm the Eagles, I'm going up this Slay and I'm restructuring his deal. I'm saying you got to take a cap, you got to take a pay cut. We got to restructure your deal. We got to restructure your deal where it's not going to hurt us because we've got to sign the players back. And if Darius Slay, like I said, he said he's in the interview, he's willing to do that, then I'm all for it. But you got to do it where it's not going to hurt you. If you're not going to trade Darius Slay, then you got to restructure the deal like Fletcher Cox last year. And he made a lot of money. So if I know one person who can do that, it's Howie Roseman. Because listen, we think that we're in trouble and somehow we make moves. You know Howie Roseman. Do I think we're going to sign everybody back? No. But like I said, man, I mean, I think the core players that you got to try to bring back is Brandon Graham, Javon Hargrave, which is going to be hard because he's going to want top money. You got to bring back CJ. Those are your three priorities. I think the number one priority is to bring back CJ. Your number two has to be Hargrave. Your number three has to be no, I'll take that back. Brandon Graham's your number two. Hargrave's your number three. But Hargrave, I think it walks. I don't think he comes back. He's going to want a lot of money. But you never know. We've seen crazy things happen. And I've seen Howard Roseman do some crazy things. So maybe you never know. Maybe they don't get a lot. You know, maybe Hargrave doesn't get what he wants. But I think there's going to be some team like the Houston Texans I could see paying him. Chicago was interested in rumored to pay him. Cardinals are interested in paying him. The Browns are a situation where they can pay him. You know, I can see Fletcher Cox gone. I think he goes to Cleveland because I think he reunites with Jim Schwartz. Brandon Graham, I think if we don't pay him, he reunites with Jim Schwartz. But I just don't think Brandon Graham should be gone. It would not sit well with me. I get it's a business. And I get it, you might not be able to pay him. But I would do everything in my power to sign Brandon Graham and keep CJ here. You got to find a way to make him stay in Philadelphia. And you got to retire as an Eagle. He is your core veteran. He's the guy that makes everything run. We saw when Brandon Graham went down with Achilles injury. Look how bad we were. I can't imagine losing Brandon Graham. Him going and playing with an ugly jersey and a Cleveland Brown jersey. I just can't see that. I don't see how Brandon Graham walks when he's done everything for you. He's a Super Bowl champion. I think he should have been Super Bowl MVP. I know a lot of people thought Nick Foles was Super Bowl MVP. I thought Brandon Graham was because he was able to strip Tom Brady, and we needed that huge play. He's your core piece. But again, if you can't stand him, listen, I wish nothing but the best for Brandon. And maybe when he's done playing football, he can come back on the cheap and we can have him in Philadelphia and retire as an Eagle. But I feel like you got to pay Brandon. You got to sign C. You got to franchise tag CJ. You can't let him walk out the door. And I hope that Howard Roseman's not thinking of draft picks, compensation draft picks. Listen, Epps is going to get a draft pick in return. Miles is gone. He's going to get a return. And these draft picks are not going to be for this year. They're going to be for 2025, 2024. And you don't know how much they're worth. What's the point of getting CJ if you go and just let him walk for draft picks? If that was the case, you just sort of waited and just get him in free agency. There was no point in trading for him unless you thought he was your future going forward. So again, I believe the Eagles got who franchise tag CJ Garner Johnson. You got to restructure Darius Slay's deal. And I think you got to do something like you did to Fletcher Cox. You got to restructure his whole deal. You got to redo everything that Darius Slay had in his contract. You got to find a way to take away all his money that he had in bonus and make it affordable where we are able to keep him for one more year and then let him walk. By then, you will have hopefully, you get a corner in this draft. If we do draft one in the corner at number 10, then your corners are ready because your rookie corner will be in his second year. And that way, you don't have to worry about taking huge cap hit. You know what I'm saying? So June 1st, the Eagles could trade Darius Slay. But I think they more likely release him, restructure his whole deal, bring him back on the cheap deal like with Fletcher Cox. I'm just saying. Fletcher Cox was a lot of money, and the Eagles found a way to keep him by restructuring his whole deal. So again, I can see the same thing with Darius Slay. Now maybe not. Maybe they can't restructure the deal where they're able to release him and restructure the deal and sign him to a 1 year deal. Where it's not going to maybe he doesn't want that. If he doesn't want that, he can go. Listen, it's not the Philadelphia Darius. I'm starting to tell people, I don't care what a player thinks. I don't care a player what they feel. If you don't want to be part of this business and you don't want to help your team out and you're selfish, you can leave. I give Darius Slay. I don't care if you anybody. I'm going to sign my young players. And if you're over 32, you can walk. There's a lot of fans who don't want Darius Slay to leave. And there's a lot of fans who are telling me no football because I don't agree with their opinions. No, I just don't agree with your opinion. I don't think that Darius Slay has played to his above and beyond what his contract says. When we traded for Darius Slay, we were supposed to get a shutdown corner. And for a while we did. But he gives up a lot. He's given up so many yards to sometimes to these receivers. Not so many yards, but receivers that he shouldn't have, like Golladay. Never ever should I have a top 5 corner that I just paid top money give up a touchdown to a Golladay. It should have never happened. He's not played up to his above and beyond contract that he was worth getting paid for. He's not a top 5 corner. He might be top 15, but I'm taking Jay Alexander over him if I had a choice. There's so many corners in this draft that I would draft right now and replace Slay. People don't think Darius Slay is replaceable because he's a veteran. I get it. And you want him to learn for the corner. That's why I'm saying you can structure for 1 more year. Same with Cox. And after that, you walk. You can't keep him here. He is not going to be here that long. And to be honest, if you don't restructure Darius Slay's deal, you could say goodbye to CJ. So if the Eagles franchise tag him, then that shows me one thing, that they're going to try to pay him. And there's going to be players that you don't want him to go. They're going to leave. There's going to be players that you might not see get traded that they can leave. Avonte Maddox is a possibility. He's always hurt. And let's be real. His contract, I think, is up next year. So again, you can get a lot for a slot corner. Do I think he'll go? No, I don't think Eagles are going to trade him. But I'm just possibilities out. We got to find a way to get cap space here. And we're only $6 million in cap space right now. That's not enough to sign a player. That's why the Eagles are franchise tagging CJ and not signing him. Because Howie never franchise tags anybody. He rarely does it. Unless he thinks he can't pay a guy right now and he might be able to pay him down the road. So there is a possibility where the Raiders might look for a corner in the draft or during June 1st where we might save money by trading him. There's a possibility to do trade Darius Slay because we might not have enough money to extend him and CJ. And like I said, I mean, we don't trade him. I think got a restructured deal like Fletcher Cox last year where you release him and you redo his whole deal and you bring him back on a cheap deal. And you take the cap hit. Because sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes teams are not going to trade for a 32-year-old. But again, man, I mean, listen, I don't know what's going to go on. I'm not an expert. I'm just throwing opinions out and what I believe. I don't see how CJ Gardner-Johnson doesn't get franchise tag tomorrow. We got until 4 o'clock p.m. We got to find a way to keep these guys, especially CJ. I think you got to find a way to keep Brandon Graham here. At least one veteran defensive end here, man. Because listen, you got a bunch of rookie defensive ends. Who's your veteran? Who's gonna lead them? Who's gonna help them out? I think it would be a criminal. I think it would be criminal to leave Brandon Graham go. I can't see him going to another team. But listen, we've seen crazy things happen. So no, I'm not going to be Mr. Positive. That's not me. There's a lot of Eagle fans who can sign everybody. No, we can't. No, we can't. We can't sign everybody. If that was the case, why do you think Miles Sanders is leaving? If we could sign everybody, don't you think Miles Sanders would be back? Probably. If that was the case, don't you think Javon Hargrave, who's the best defensive tackle we ever had right now on this team, don't you think we were able to sign him back? Do you think he would be able to be walking? I don't know. Why do you think Jalen Hurts' contract's not being brought up yet? Because they can't pay him right now. Because we're in a tight situation right now. We might be losing CJ. And I think the Eagles are looking at one thing right now. First of all, they don't even got the DB coach in here. We don't even know who our DB coach is. Denard Wilson left. We're coming out that he got fired. So I don't know which one's true. He, if he got fired, man, I don't know what's up then. You know what I'm saying? I think he just wanted to go. That's what I think happened. Um, Gambled and lost, and which would be pretty embarrassing. Yeah. I was saying Hargrave will walk, not CJ. Now I think Hargrave's gone. I think he goes. I think the dumb team like the Bears who have a lot of cap space. Listen, they got a lot of cap space over here. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, if you're new, hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. I know I talk a lot, but listen, I appreciate y'all for coming on. I know you're not going to agree with a lot of my opinions. I get that. You know what I'm saying? It would be very, very boring if everybody agreed with me every single time I talk. Not everybody's going to agree with me. There's some people who think I'm an idiot. You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. You're allowed to have your opinion. There's a lot of people who are not going to agree with me. But here's what I just believe that Darius Slay, with his money, the way he's making, you got to restructure this whole deal. You got to find a way where it's able to not hit us when it comes to money. You got to sign CJ Johnson back if you franchise tag him. Like I said, I'm not comfortable with him being franchise tagged and playing with him as a franchise tag all season. Didn't Jesse Bates hold out for a while and he wanted to be traded? I mean, again, this is why it's so important to sign players because franchise tag to me, it tells a player that you don't want to pay him or you can't afford him and you're holding him hostage. Now, again, I hope that we talk to CJ and say, listen, we're going to franchise tag you, but we want to keep you. We want to keep you forever. We're going to pay you. Just relax, sit down. We got you. We are going to sign you. We got to restructure some deals, but you are going to get paid as much money as you want. We want you here, CJ. I hope we told him that. Because just sticking a franchise tag on someone without telling them, it's not good for business. It really isn't. We've seen how Le'Veon Bell worked. It didn't work out. How he ruined the team by not showing up. So again, I mean, to me, I think you've got to find a way to keep CJ here. And it's going to be tough losing guys like BG. You know what I'm saying? If I have to put my money on it, not my money on it because I don't got money to put money on it. But if I got to put a decision on it, I think that Brandon Graham walks. I think Epps walks. I think Hargrave walks. I think Kazir walks. Edwards walks. Hargrave walks. Cox walks. Boston Scott is gone. I think that we paid Jalen Hurts. Not right now, but I think during the training camp you'll see a contract extension. And I think that people are going to freak out because I'm going to say this. I think that we redo Darius Slay's contract. We're at a point where it's not going to cost us a lot of money to let him go. Remember Fletcher Cox? I've been telling y'all, Fletcher Cox was making so much money last year. And what did we do? We released him. We brought him back on a one-year deal. And We brought him back on it. We redid his deal. I think you see that with Slay. Because I don't think any team's going to trade for a guy who's 32 years old and it's going to have a huge cap hit if you decide to trade him before June 1st. So that's what I'm saying. I think we take the cap hit from Slay. We release him. We structure the deal to a 1 year deal. We bid him back on a 1 year deal. And next year he walks. I think that's what's going to happen. The same with Fletcher Cox. He was making a lot of money. So, yeah, that's what I think, man. And you know what? I won't be mad with that. Because listen, you need money to sign CJ, and you're not going to have enough money to do that. So I'm hoping the Eagles are getting ready to restructure deals. Hopefully they're not taking a nap because you got one more day to franchise tag a player. If you don't, you need to find a way to sign him, or he walks. I don't see him coming back on a cheap deal because there's going to be some team that's going to think CJ is the guy. I can see the Giants being the team that could go after CJ. They need safety. The Washington Commanders is another name. They might want safety. Listen, they need safety over there. As much as I hate it the most, a team like the Vikings or another team, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of teams that are going to want it. The Bears might go out there and they might pair him up with a guy like Brisker over from Penn State that they drafted. So again, man, you got to find a way to sign CJ, and you got to stand him. And you got to franchise tag him. You got to sit down with him, and you got to franchise. I trust Howard Roseman. I'm not even worried about it. We're not even going to talk about CJ, man, because I believe Howard Roseman's going to franchise tag him by before 4. And if he doesn't, it'll be very disappointing. Because my question will be, what are we doing as a franchise? Did you just trade for him for an off season? So I just don't want to think like that. I can't see CJ going out the building and not getting at least a deal. You know what I'm saying? Many of these fanboys act like championship opportunities going through. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And I was arguing with one guy on Twitter. Something man God, whatever his name is. I don't know who he is. And he was telling me, "Oh, well, you're stupid for thinking Darius Slay. He needs extension, bro. He already getting paid top money. I'm not extending him. He getting paid top money. Why would I extend him? For what? If I'm restructuring his deal, why would I extend him? He's not lived up to the money he's getting now. Darius Slay is getting paid more than Ramsey. He's making more than Jack Xander. He's making more than the cornerback that the Saints have. He's making more than all of these corners. He's not lived up to none of those corners. Because I would take a guy, Marshawn Lattimore over Slay right now. I would. I would take a guy like Jack Xander right now with Slay. Slay's not on that level, but people want to overhype him. I like Slay, but I will train that if we have to. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And, there's a lot of fans who think that Darius Slay runs this team. He doesn't. He might be a great player. But again, man, if you're going to have an issue with structuring and you got a problem, the fact that we can't extend you, listen, it's not going to, you got to get restructured or you got to go. If he don't restructure, I'm going to get rid of him and take that cap hit. I think that Darius Slay got to restructure, and I think he will. You know what I'm saying? But if he doesn't, he got to go. Because that means you're selfish. That means you're not about the team. And you want the money. And I don't care who you are, man. It's a business. Just like his fans told me that, oh, Matt Patricia, I don't want him here. Why not? Well, Matt Patricia, he don't like Slay. Well, Slay don't like him. Who cares? Listen, man, you got to understand something. Matt Patricia might not be a guy that a lot of people don't like. But if he has a job and he does it well, I don't care what people don't like. And what do you think is going to happen when you sign Seth Joyner? You think he's going to be nice to players? I'll tell you one thing. He's gonna be just as worse as Matt Patricia. You think he's gonna coddle these players? No. Is Matt Patricia a great head coach? No. Is he a dick? He might be. But you know what? I don't care if you're a dick or not. If you can make my linebackers better, you can help Nakobe Dean develop, so be it. Now, there's also rumors going around that Gia Mosher from a podcast put that out as a clickbait candidate. So we don't even know if the Eagles were really considering him. I don't think they were. I don't think they do something stupid like bring Matt Patricia in, who has a relationship with Darius Slay that's not good. Why would they do that? I don't think Harry Roseman would do that. And if Dice was thinking of that, Harry Roseman wouldn't accept it. Because Harry Roseman still got to get a nod. Harry Roseman still has a nod to the hire. Jeff Lloyd nod, it comes from the top. Yeah, you can hire a player, but it's still got to go through the GM and still got to go through the owner. So let's they decide to accept it because it comes from the top too. They got to agree to bring him in. And I don't see Harry Roseman hire Matt Patricia when the quarterback who's on the team right now don't like him. I don't think Harry Roseman would do that. So, I mean, again, if it's a rumor, it's a rumor. But again, if he comes, hey, I don't care what Darius Slay feels. Obviously, they feel like he's a great fit. They hired him. And I would trust more of a team who's doing the right thing, who's winning an organization, than a player who's 32 years old, who mostly does podcasts and gets paid way too much money. And I don't care what he likes. I want to win. If Matt Patricia gives me a better chance to win with my linebackers are doing their job, then so be it. Coach is not here to make friends with you. I don't know where this whole notion that we're supposed to make friends with players. If I'm a coach, I could give a damn about your feelings. You think Nick Saban makes friends with players? No. But they respect him as a head coach because he gets the best out of these players. Now, maybe Matt Patricia's a horrible linebacker coach. Maybe he is a douche. Maybe he is a jackass. He might be. But just because someone's a bad head coach does not make them a bad linebacker coach. We've seen bad defense coordinators who were originally coaches, right? Dan Quinn was the head coach. Pretty good defense coordinator. Right? Come on. So again, man, it doesn't make sense. Sometimes the pressure of the head coach gets to you. You know, so we don't know what happened with that. We just hear from Darius Slay. We hear some from a couple players. Matt Patricia might have just told Darius Slay to grow up. Probably told him to stop being a child and grow the fuck up. If that's the case and Darius Slay don't like that, well, to newsflash you. I agree 100% what he said then. But again, we don't know what happened. So I'm not going to go on a rampage and say we shouldn't bring Matt Patricia in because it might hurt poor Darius Slay's feelings. I don't care. I really don't care. It's not the Philadelphia Darius Slay. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. Players don't have no parts into who I hire unless your name is Jalen Hurts. You're a cornerback. Focus on being a good corner. Shut up. So that's all I gotta say, man. I mean, at the end of the day, we got a lot of things to talk about. But I also want to talk about this guy, bro. Like, are we Eagle fans or Slay fans? Exactly. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. You know, it reminds me so much of the Winston fans. Yeah, because you met his wife, you suddenly think that you have Slay's best interest, man. Cool, he has a nice wife. No disrespect to her. She might be a nice person. Darius Slay might be a great human. He sounds like a nice person. I don't hate Darius Slay. I think he's a nice person. But I think when you look at this contract and what he is making, he's not worth that type of money. When I look at a top five corner, I expect my corners, despite how bad my defense coordinator is, to make plays. That's what I'm saying. So again, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to have their feelings hurt because Darius Slay might not like Matt Patricia. Too bad. We got to stop trying to feel bad for players. They're not helping us. Is Darius Slay paying? Is Darius Slay the franchise? No, he might be part of the franchise, but he doesn't run this team. He's not the GM. He's not a manager. He's not a defense coordinator. The owner, I'm not the manager. Not GM. Manager, GM are two separate, same thing. He's not a GM. He's not an owner. He's not a head coach. Why would I care what he thinks? If you don't get along with him, don't worry. Then worry about doing your part. You'll be all right. He's not worried about the line. He's not a cornerback coach. You won't have to worry about him. You're not even going to be near him. You might see him. You go past him. You don't have to say nothing to him. He's going to be a linebacker coach. He's going to work with linebackers. Why are you worried about who we hire? You are a player. You get paid to do your job. Do it. Don't worry about who the hell we hire. You got idiots talking about we should hire Denard Wilson. Why does Denard Wilson qualify to be a defense coordinator? Because players respect him. They also respect Jonathan Gannon. Look how that turned out. I don't care. I don't care. The Philadelphia Eagles did not think Denard Wilson was a good enough head coach that they fired him. So maybe they had a different plan. Because if they thought Denard Wilson was a guy that they could rely on, they would have hired him. They thought Diaz was a better head coach candidate for defense coordinator. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. There's a lot of fans who have their feelings hurt because, and again, there's a rumor. It's not true, but Matt Patricia might be coming to Philadelphia. And I gotta say, I don't care what Darius was, one bit or another. Don't worry about who we hire. If you have a problem with him, you either deal with it or suck it up or leave. It's not the Philadelphia Darius Slay show. It's not the Philadelphia Darius Slay. You don't get to make you don't get to making coaching offers. You don't get an input. So again, man, I mean, we don't know what's going on. But again, there's a lot of fans who cry and whine. So, but he got to apologize to Darius Slay. You know, shit. Matt Patricia don't own Darius Slay shit. Matt Patricia's a grown ass man. Why does he have to apologize? Because he said something 4 years ago? Matt Patricia got fired. That was his consequences for being a jackass. And again, maybe he is a jackass. But let me tell you something. So was Seth Joyner. You think Seth Joyner is a better option than Matt Patricia? If you think Seth Joyner is a better option than Matt Patricia, who's never been a linebacker coach and does not put up with, listen, Seth Joyner is the same dude who doesn't like guys on social media. He doesn't like guys talking. He wants guys playing 100%. Let someone mess up on Seth Joyner's watch. You'll be benched. Oh, there's going to be players that are going to want to trade immediately. So again, man, everybody wants Seth Joyner. Well, he should be a linebacker coach. He's never been a linebacker coach in the first place. Why would I hire a guy who's a good player, great player, Hall of Fame player, who's never experienced to be a head coach, never played at college to be a linebacker coach? It's different than being an analyst. How did John Gruden work as an analyst, as a head coach? Did he do good? He wasn't that good, was he? But he knew a lot about football, didn't he? Seth Joyner's never been a linebacker coach. Why would I hire him as my linebacker coach? Because I don't like Matt Patricia? So I'm going to hire another guy who has no experience as a linebacker coach. Yeah, that don't make sense, man. And Eagle fans who think like that, so why don't we just hire Seth Jordan? Number one, Seth Jordan is not an experienced linebacker coach. Number two, Seth Jordan is hard headed. And if you think Matt Patricia's worse with what he says, watch Seth Jordan. Seth Jordan is old. He came from the Buddy Ryan era. You think he's going to coddle a player? You think he's going to tell a player, good job, after he missed a tackle? No. He's going to curse him out. He's going to insult him. He's going to make ignorant comments. So again, you only going to have another Matt Patricia on your hands. Now again, I don't want Matt Patricia for one reason, whether he comes or not. I don't like Matt Patricia, number one, not because what he said is slay. I don't like New England head coaches. Name me a time when a New England head coach has been successful in the NFL. Matt Patricia, to me, is not a great candidate for the Eagles. Not because what he said that they're slay, because he is a guy that is a Patriot system coach. And there's other options. Rather go out and get a Matt Patricia. Matt Patricia does not fit, in my opinion, with the Eagles. He wouldn't mix well with it. Now, again, if they hire him, I'm not going to cry about it. What are you going to do if they do hire him? Nothing. They'll say do nothing about it. So again, man, there's a lot of fans who don't want Matt Patricia in, but Matt Patricia fans don't get to choose who they want. You think Howard Roseman cares what you want? You think Howard Roseman listens to you? No. Howard Roseman is going to do what he wants. And it doesn't come from Howard Roseman. It comes from the guy upstairs. It comes from Jeffrey Lurie. And Jeffrey Lurie thinks that Matt Patricia is a right linebacker coach, and he can get the best out of Nakobe Dean and these linebackers. Then so be it. It is what it is. So that's my thoughts. But let's talk about that, man. Hit that like button, guys. I appreciate y'all for watching. I know I talk a lot, but listen. Listen. The 40 time yesterday was crazy. Um, Report this out real quick. The time is crazy. Um, the Philadelphia Eagles. Some good news. The Philadelphia Eagles with um, the Philadelphia Eagles met with Jahmyr Gibbs. I really like Jahmyr Gibbs. I feel like adding him with Jalen Hurts with this line, and you make him a receiver too, it'd be dangerous. Just imagine what Jahmyr Gibbs can do. You know what I'm saying? And I love how the Eagles, are at the time were drafted. We're talking to players, man. Talking to safeties. I like that. We're talking to a lot of running backs. I think we've been talking offensive line. Listen, I would not be shocked. There's a lot offensive lineman that tore his ACL in the combine, and I would not be shocked if the Philadelphia Eagles decide to draft him. Why? Because he is supposed to be a top NFL draft pick. and he fell down yesterday with an injury. So I could see these redshirting him for a year and starting him. So again, man, we got a lot of things to look at. We got to look at free agency. We got to listen. It's going to depend what we do in free agency, right? All these draft videos are going to come out soon. But I really not want free agency. The draft is coming up, man. I'm so excited. No, the draft is coming up. The combine was yesterday, and I saw a lot of good things. I think there's a lot of good players in this draft. I'm really high up on Jamar Gibbs. I think I'm more high up on him than Bijan Robinson. I think Jamar Gibbs is going to be the best running back in this draft class. I think Tank Bigsby are neck to neck when it comes to who's the best running back in this draft class. I know a lot of people are overhyped with Bijan Robinson, but he's not as fast. And I don't know how he's going to do when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles, where if you know what I'm saying, like to me, he's going to struggle when it comes to speed. He needs to go somewhere that's going to use him right. You know what I'm saying? Now, I think Bijan Robinson is also a different running back. You know, a lot of people think he can run as fast. He's not a speed guy. He's a LeGarrette running back that's going to plow through you. That's going to make you regret hitting him. And in some ways, we need that. You know, I would not be mad we get him, but I don't see it as drafting Bijan. I can see Bijan getting getting drafted before 30. I don't think we're going to keep 2 first rounders. I've been saying along. A lot of people are talking about we got 2 first rounders. No, we don't, because one of them's getting traded. The Philadelphia Eagles are not keeping 2 first rounders. It's just not going to happen. You got to pay those 2 first rounders, and you're eliminated with cap space. Like I said, you know, definitely don't give crap what me or any Eagle fan says. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said there's a lot of Eagle fans who are not going to like it if Matt Patricia comes. The Eagles don't care. You know what I'm saying? If Matt Patricia comes, I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to say Matt Patricia is a wire. No, because I don't know who he is. Matt Patricia might be a great good linebacker coach. But I don't want him for one reason. Because he's with New England. And I don't think New England coaches work well in Philadelphia. Those coaches are not always good. That's not with Darius Slay. I don't care what Darius Slay feels. Like I said, it's not the Philadelphia Darius Slay. I don't care what Darius Slay feels. I don't care how he feels. Shut up and play cornerback. You do one job, and that is to play. You don't got to worry about Matt Patricia. Matt Patricia's not here to be a cornerback. He's not your DC. He's your linebacker coach. You're not going to have to be worried about seeing him because he's going to focus on these linebackers. So if Darius Slay is an issue, and he can't get on, well, someone got to go. Because if we just hire Matt Patricia, looks like Darius Slay's out the door. Because guess what? In my job, in jobs in general, you're not going to always like who you're going to work with. You got to find a way to deal with that. You think every time when I have a job, I get to choose who my managers are? No. And some of them are dicks. And some of them do say stuff that are offensive. Do I sit there and say I want to be transferred? No. Because it's a business. You don't get to choose what coaches come to Philly. You're a player. And there's a lot of fans who think Darius Slay has the right to choose who he gets because he liked Denard Wilson. Well, the Eagles don't like Denard Wilson. Doesn't matter who the players like. The Eagles like Deuce Stanley. The players like Deuce Stanley. The Eagles didn't like him as a head coach. Sometimes the players are not the guys who make the best decisions. It's the guys who run this team. CJ's opinion don't mean shit to me because he's a player. Darius Slay's opinion, who he wants as a coach, don't mean nothing. I don't care. Do your job. Don't worry about who we hire. And if a lot of fans have an issue with it, then you're going to be crying all day, will you? Because if he does get hired, there's nothing you can do. What are you going to do? Protest? You're going to cry in your blankets What happens if Matt Patricia gets hired by the Eagles? Well, two things. Darius Slay going to deal with it, or he can go. Because again, I'm not here to coddle Darius Slay. You're here to be a cornerback, not to tell us what coaches we can't hire and hire because you might not like one of them, or one of them might have offended you. Get over it. Grow up. Grow a set. Simple as that. I don't care what they hire. If a linebacker coach, then so be it. I don't care what players feel. If they have a problem, they can leave. If we didn't hire Matt Patricia for Slay or the Eagles fans to like him, we hired him to be a good. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what Matt Patricia said to Slay. We don't know that. There's rumors going around that he said this, that, that. I'm seriously doubt a coach said to Darius Slay to whatever. I'm not going to repeat it. He probably told Darius Slay to grow the fuck up or stop being a child. And Darius Slay probably exaggerated because he don't like being told as a grown man to stop acting like a child. But you do childish things like go on podcasts and don't put your 100% effort on the field when it comes to playoffs. That's what probably why Matt Patricia said stop acting like a child. Matt Patricia probably did tell him to stop acting like a child. Grow the fuck up, dude. You're what? You're a veteran. You act like a child. He does. I don't mind you doing a podcast, but show up. You are a cornerback that gets paid a lot of money. Show the F up or get the hell out of here. So excuse me for not giving a damn what Darius Slay feels. Because there's a lot of fans, I don't want to hire Matt Patricia because he hurt Darius Slay's feelings. Boo. You think I get to choose who I go to work with? No. You think I get to choose what managers I get? No. There's a lot of managers I don't like. Do I get to choose what manager should be gone? No. Because it's not my choice. Same with the NFL. Now, again, they're going to accommodate Darius Slay. They're going to talk to him because Howard Roseman is a guy who is like family. But it's a business. And if I was Howard Roseman, I wouldn't include Darius Slay, who I hired. I don't care how you feel. Play your contract and shut up. You know what I'm saying? I feel like our players think they're entitled. You're not. Jeffrey Lurie doesn't give a crap what me or no, he doesn't. But again, I'm going to let it go for that one. Let's talk about the draft. All right, the Philadelphia Eagles got to get, I believe, another linebacker in this draft. And when you look at this time, man, these linebackers were run 40s, and there were a lot of them were really, really fast for a linebacker. Jamar Gibbs ran a 4.32. I'm telling you right now, he's going to be the best running back in the draft, man. I do think he's better than Bijan Robinson. I know a lot of people hired one Bijan Robinson. When I watch him, I don't see anything that really says, "Oh my God, we definitely got to go draft him." You know what I'm saying? I mean, he was disappointed in the combine. I thought we would see a fast combine, something like, "Oh my God, yeah, he's fast. He's gonna be good." But again, he disappointed me. You know, he's a running back. He's no other. He's every running back is going to be a new running back that comes in the league in this draft. Everybody's going to hype up. We've seen this with Barkley. We've seen this with McCaffrey. We've seen this with so many other different running backs. We have Josh Jacobs, who's another one Eagle fans wanted. Who's another we wanted? J.K. Dobbins. You know what I'm saying? We wanted to go out and we wanted to draft all these running backs, and we never do. So don't get your heart broken because it's not going to happen with Bijan. Bijan is not to Philadelphia, and I wish a lot of contractors would stop talking about that. You know, shout out to them; they can do what they want, and no respect to them. I have no beef with no contractor. Do what you got to do, but I feel like you're giving them false advice. I feel like when you talk to them about Bijan, they get in their head and they get excited and they talk and they actually believe that they're going to get him. Just like these Derrick Henry rumors. Talk about the Eagles are going to trade for him. They can't. What money are they going to get to sign him? Derrick Henry is also old. It's the same running back. I want to bring him in. The dude is almost what? He's almost 30 years old, and he's making a lot of money. And to me, he's taking a huge step back as a running back that he was. They ran his tires out in Tennessee. Exactly why they're getting rid of him. And I told people Derrick Henry's getting traded. A lot of people told me I was crazy. Oh, the Titans won't trade Derrick Henry. I said they were rebuilding. There was rumors going around, and I said, don't be surprised if Derrick Henry's traded. Ended up deleting the live stream because I didn't think I was ever going to talk about that. You think I choose? Do you think you get to choose? No, I mean, I don't, man. A lot of people just are Slay fans. They're not Eagle fans. Which corner do you think we'll take? I think we'll go after Gonzalez. I think Gonzalez is gone. I have a feeling the Lions are drafting him. Would I like Gonzalez? Absolutely. I do. I think Gonzalez gets drafted by the Lions. I think if the Lions don't trade for a corner, if they don't get Ramsey, they're drafting Gonzalez with the first pick because they need secondary help. You saw how bad they got ripped apart when it came to their defense. Their corners got absolutely ripped apart. And to be honest, they need corner. And I feel like Gonzalez makes so much sense. And I just could see him in the Lions jersey. You pair him up with a Kuda. Now you got your two cornerbacks for the future. I think he goes to Detroit, and I think he goes to the Lions, man. So I can see the Eagles drafting a guy like Witherspoon. I can also see the Eagles drafting a guy like Porter. Porter Jr. is another guy. I think we don't know what's going on, bro. We don't know what's happening. We're guessing just good as we can do, but it's gonna be interesting what we do. Sorry, I have to charge my phone. You know what I'm saying? I charge my phone. My earbud. To charge my earbud. Got some new earbuds, by the way. If you're new, hit that like button. Appreciate if y'all did. I'm saying, listen, it's not gonna be a popular live stream. Um, let's see. Y'all can hear me? There you go. Hopefully y'all can hear me. But it's not gonna be a popular live stream. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Because I don't got my phone on me right now, so I can't check. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up in the comments if you can hear me. I want to make sure my volume is up. Um, the Lions need a lot of secondary. They do. They do. And again, there's another team that might take a running back in the first round. They're dumb enough to take Bijan Robinson. I believe they are. I can see Bijan Robinson being a top 6 pick in the draft. Why? Because the Lions might be trading Swift. They might get rid of him. They need a running back. And if Bijan's there, I can see them drafting him and not take corner. So again, I hope they do that. Because I mean we have a chance to get a guy like Chris Gonzalez. Like I could see the Lions doing something stupid. I can in this draft. They always do something stupid in the draft. There's always those dumpster fire, trash bin, want to be cute in the draft. That's going to do something stupid. One of those teams are going to definitely try to draft Bijan Robinson with a top pick in the draft, and it's going to be early. I can see the Houston Texans drafting a running back with the first because they do a lot of stupid stuff, right? They take a quarterback, they'll do something stupid. I think the Houston Texans might even draft a defensive end. I don't think they're drafting a quarterback. I think they draft defensive end. I think they go with the quarterback they have. And I think that they look at the Alabama and they look at Ohio State quarterback and they said, do we want to take a chance on a quarterback? Because every year our Alabama quarterback comes out and they don't live up to potential. Tua, look how good he is. He's hurt. He can't stay healthy. And I don't think he's that good. Mac Jones is not really consistent. He's not a guy the Patriots thought he was. I mean, the last great quarterback at Alabama is Joe Namath. Jalen Hurts is an Oklahoma quarterback / Alabama quarterback. You can consider him as Alabama quarterback, but I don't consider him as Alabama quarterback.
But if you want to, that's over here. Okay, Jalen Hurts. But that's pretty much the only ones. McCarron was a top pick. AJ McCarron was a top pick. Never lived up to it. The same with Ohio State quarterbacks. Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace to him and his soul. But he was horrible as a quarterback. And he was cut by the Commanders. You had a lot of quarterbacks from Ohio State that never lived up to it. You know? They don't know what Justin Fields is. I mean, you know, Ohio State quarterbacks don't produce. They don't produce great quarterbacks. So again, some team might not choose a quarterback because they know that school that they draft to have quarterbacks in this draft might not be the quarterback they can build around for the future. Because a lot of quarterbacks from Alabama, Ohio State, don't turn out to be good. A lot of Alabama cornerbacks are trash. And a lot of them went high, and they don't live up to the standards. So again, man, I mean, it is what it is. What's up, Reaper? How you doing? So again, man, like I could see the Houston Texans going defensive end. I think they take Will Anderson. I think they draft Will Anderson. I think the Bears are going to trade that first round pick. But if they don't, I can see the Bears drafting a quarterback. I think they go quarterback. I think they take Bryce Young. No, I'm sorry. No, they're going to keep Justin Fields, and I think they trade that pick. I'm thinking I forgot the Bears have a quarterback. They're going to build. They'd be stupid not to build around Fields. I mean, you're going to draft a quarterback when you have a chance to build around a quarterback. Now, there's a lot of people talk about, well, the Bears don't have enough cap space to do that. They got a whole bunch of cap space. Look at their cap space, man. They have a chance to build around a quarterback. Justin Fields is still young. Hold up. Well, I don't have it anymore, but they have a lot of cap space in this year. They have the number one cap space in the free agency. So I think they need to go out there, and I think they need to get a running back. I could see Miles Sanders being a priority for the Bears. I could see the Bears signing Miles Sanders. Why? Because he would give another weapon for Justin Fields. I think the Chicago Bears could go out there and trade for a running back. A guy like Derrick Henry. They have enough money to sign him. They have enough money to pay him. I can see him going to Chicago because they have enough money. Most teams are going to make big trades. You know what I'm saying? They need a running back. They're losing DJ Montgomery, the running back. They're not going to have him back. I can see them signing. I think they're going to be a very good when it comes to free agent. I think they're going to try to do is build around Justin Fields. I think the Bears are going to go all the way for Justin Fields this year. I think they look at the Philadelphia Eagles when they played against Chicago, and they said, we need to do the exact same thing. And that's how you do it. You build around your quarterback. Justin Fields is on his rookie deal. Why not build around him? You're going to draft another quarterback? I don't see the Bears doing that. And if they do, they are the dumbest franchise on planet Earth. I mean, they are stupid. They're a stupid franchise. But again, I think that their GM is going to be smart. I think they build around Justin Fields. And I think they get a couple picks in the first round and they move down. Also, I can see the Bears going after an offensive tackle. I mean, I can see them drafting an offensive line in the front. You never know with the Bears. The Bears need offensive linemen. A guy like, Isaac Samala could be a good place for him. They need some guards over there. They don't got offensive line. The Bears are going to do everything in free agency to build around his team. And I think they trade that first round pick. And I think I could see some team like, what's a good team that can move up to take a quarterback? I could see something like a team that you don't see, because there's rumors that the Bears are looking rumors around. Now I don't know how true it is, but when I was on Twitter, I did see a rumor. I'm not saying it's true, but a rumor that the Bears are rumored to be trading that first round pick. No further details, but right now there is a rumor going around that the Bears have made the trade, have traded the first round pick, and it's looking to be a done deal soon. So I'm hoping that is some desperate team, because if they do that, that means we don't have to worry about the Bears taking a guy like Will Anderson. We want in this draft, we want quarterbacks to go. I want teams to go all in for quarterbacks. I hope the Houston drafts a quarterback. We want that because players are going to fall to us. I hope the Lions draft a quarterback. They might. If they don't think Jared Goff is the guy, which I don't think is the guy, and they think a guy like Anthony Richardson, who's getting a lot of talk about it, and is it Anthony Richardson? I think it is from Florida quarterback. Let me know. A guy that has a lot of talk about being an upside quarterback, that's so much potential, and could be a development project. But listen, he might be worth a pick. Could be a guy like the Lions that could take a chance on him. The Lions might not think Jared Goff is the guy going forward. They might pass on corner and draft a quarterback because they might say, listen, we might have a chance to get a guy like that. And we want to be here for a long time. We want a superstar quarterback on the team. They just drafted offensive lineman last year. So maybe they're looking at a quarterback. You never know with teams. And now give us a chance to get a guy like, I mean, you got Seattle. I think Seattle goes, I believe Seattle doesn't take a defensive end. I think they draft a quarterback. There's no way, if you're Seattle, you take a defensive end where you just lost Russell Wilson. What are you going to do? Bring Geno Smith back? You think he's the future? I mean, if they take a defensive end, how are they going to get a quarterback? I think Seattle takes a quarterback. I could see Seattle jumping up with Chicago, trading that first-round pick and moving up in the first to get a guy that like a Bryce Young or a Ohio State quarterback, Stroud, because they don't got a quarterback in Seattle. And to me, I think you need one. Or are they going to go sign Lamar Jackson? I don't know why anybody would want to sign him. A lot of people are getting upset with me because I said Lamar Jackson's a running back. He is. Lamar Jackson's not a good quarterback. I pray to God the Commanders sign him. Please do. You won't be shit. You know what I'm saying? You're better off just signing Derek Carr. Oh, by the way, Saints are signing Derek Carr, it looks like. You know what I'm saying? That's just the rumors. I hope the Commanders do trade, go out and sign Lamar. Pay him all that money. It's a bum. No, Lamar's never been a good quarterback. And people overlook his stats. They talk about, well, he had an MVP year because of his running ability. Well, look at who he's throwing to. No receiver's going to want to come to him. Why is that? Because receivers don't want to play for him. Because he cannot throw the ball. When you are a quarterback, you can't throw the ball, no receivers are going to come to you. And I'm sorry, man. Lamar Jackson, the way he treated the Ravens, if I'm the Ravens, I want to stun you. Like I said, man, I'll say it again. The fact that you quit on this team and you didn't want to show up in the playoff game because you had a stupid, an ankle injury. Jalen Hurts was playing with a broken ankle. Needed surgery after that. Hell, playing with a shoulder injury. Not one time did he say, I'm not going to show up. You're a loser, man. I'm sorry, bro. I don't care how damn good you are. Show up for your damn team. You want to be paid like a franchise quarterback, then I need you to show up when the games are matter. In the playoff game, we needed you, and you don't show up. If I'm a Raven fan, I'd be pissed off with Lamar. But, there's going to be a lot of Lamar fans. You know what I'm saying? Just so glad we got our quarterback. Don't franchise tag CJ, then we got to pay him same year as Hurts. Well, then what do you want to do? I'm not letting CJ walk. So you don't franchise tag CJ. Then what do? You're drafting a safety? Who are you drafting? How do you know that safety is going to be just as good as CJ? You don't know what these prospects are. We might have hypes. We might hype them up. But that don't mean they're going to turn out to be great. Who do you want? I think it'd be dumb enough. I think it'd be stupid not to franchise tag CJ. You got to. He's 25 years old. What was the point in trading for him? If you didn't want to pay him, you don't trade for a guy like that who's on his last year of his deal. Not a 25-year-old safety. The reason why he left the Saints because he wanted to get paid. That'd be stupid. I'd be like, what are we doing? What are we doing then? I would be dumb. I don't agree with that statement. Respect your opinion, though. Thank you for the comment, though. I'm not saying you're an idiot. I just don't respect that opinion. I mean, I understand it's your opinion. Allowed to have it, but I disagree. I think you got to stand C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You got to franchise tag him. You cannot let him walk out the building. He is a 25-year-old, one of the best safeties in football. You have a chance to have a core piece for a long time. You do it. Because it goes back to, why did you trade for him? You could have signed Jabril Peppers. You could have signed someone you chose to trade for a safety and give up picks involved. And then you supposedly said to Malcolm Jenkins, do you think CJ is a good fit for us? Why'd you do all that? Why didn't you just wait for him to walk and freeze and then go sign him if you didn't want to pay him? Makes no sense, dude. I don't care. Once you commit to a 25-year-old, and not only that, he fits the city, man. He embodies Philadelphia. You can't let him walk out the building, man. Just give CJ the money he wants. I don't franchise. You cannot pay him right now. You can't pay CJ right now. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Darius Slay has to restructure his deal. That's why do you think the Eagles are franchise tagging CJ? When have you seen Howie Roseman franchise tag a player? Not often. Why do you think Hurts' contract hasn't been done yet? Because they can't afford him right now. They can't afford to pay him right now. Because they have to worry about restructuring Darius Slay's deal, restructuring Lane Johnson's deal. You got to find a way to bring Brandon Graham back, in my opinion. Can't let him walk. But you're losing a lot of players. And the one guy, if you lose Brandon Graham, you can't lose CJ. You got to find a way to sign CJ, or you got to franchise tag him. You got it 4 p.m. tomorrow. I expect it to get done. Get it done. This is why I'm saying when people talk about we got enough money to sign all these guys, no, we don't. Because if we did, why do you think we're trying to sign a franchise tag CJ? Because if we wanted to sign CJ, don't you think we would have done it? You got to franchise tag him. You cannot let him walk out that door. I don't care about picks. Yeah, you might get a 5th round comp. Who cares? Picks don't win you championships. Players do. Caliber, young, upcoming, star players do. CJ Gardner-Johnson is a star plug and play player that's going to be here for a long time with a team. You don't let that dude walk out the building. He's everything you want in a safety. We've been dreaming for that for a long time. Why would you let that guy walk out? We haven't had a safety like CJ since Malcolm Jenkins and Brian Dawkins. And he plays like Brian Dawkins. He's not afraid to hit you. By the way, I appreciate the NFL for finally not finding CJ Gardner-Johnson for that BS Super Bowl hit. Thank you. Because it was a clean hit. But side point. You can't let him walk out the building, man. I disagree with that. I don't agree with that statement. You don't franchise tag CJ. We got to pay him. You can't pay him, though. And it costs way more. Again, CJ wants a lot of money. I don't know if it would cost a lot more. How much would it cost to tag him? Can someone let me know in the comment section? How long? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But if he costs more than a franchise tag, then yeah, I agree. You got to pay him. But again, man, we'll see what happens. But I feel like he wants a lot of money, and you might not be able to pay him. So you got to do one of those two. You got to franchise tag him, or you got to sign him. So I mean, just give CJ money he wants. I agree. But again, I don't know if the Eagles are going to be able to afford him. Look at the cap hit right now, man. Look how much money we have right now. I mean, look how much. Right now, we don't have enough money to afford a lot of players, man. And that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of fans who are not understanding that. Darius Slay, it's important to restructure his deal. it's important to restructure his deal. It's important. That's when people telling me that we should keep Darius Slay. I tell you we can't. Because if you franchise tag CJ Gardner-Johnson, you got to pay him. And if it does cost more to franchise tag him, then I'm going to try to sign him. But I feel like you got to find a way to sign BG, Brandon Graham back. You can't let him walk. We saw what we were without him. I'm okay with leaving Hargrave go. I'm okay. Francis tag is $13 million for a safety. How much does he want though? Again, $13 million. Yeah, it might be a lot, but look how much he's going to want. CJ Gardner-Johnson is going to at least get double that in free agency. He's going to want. He wants to be the highest paid safety. Some team is going to overpay for him. I'm willing to franchise tag him for $13 million. Listen, it might be a lot, but you might not be able to pay him right now because CJ is going to make double that. He's going to be a big safety payday. I mean, he's going to have a huge payday in free agency. He walks. Do you know why the Saints let him go? Because they couldn't afford him. So to me, if you can't pay CJ, I will take the $13 million franchise tag safety and find a way to extend him and take him off the franchise tag. $14.4 million franchise tag for a safety. Sorry. Then what do? Are you going to bet that Howie Roseman gets a deal done before March? Because we got 2 more weeks into free agency. We don't got enough money to sign him right now. Look at a cap hit right now. You know what I'm saying? Look at it. I don't know if you can see that. We're right here. There's going to be teams like this team that will overpay for CJ. There's going to be teams like this team that will overpay for CJ. There's going to be teams like that team who can overpay for safety. They need one. These teams have a lot more money than we do. So again, you can't pay everybody. It's not how it works. Paying a safety right now is not going to happen. And I'd rather pay $13 million for a safety than try to extend him and fight with a team that's going to outbid me. Then if we can't franchise tag him, he costs a lot, then he's walking. Then you could say goodbye to CJ. But this is what I'm talking about, right? If there's one guy who can do it, it's Howie Roseman. If we say he's the best GM in football and he's a cap wizard god, then he can do it. Then I expect CJ to be paid. Then I expect him to be franchise tag and where it's not going to cost us a lot. I feel like the Eagles are going to do something. I don't see CJ walking out the building. I just don't. And if he does, he does. But at least make sure we try. If I see the Eagles trying to keep him, and it looks like they're trying to keep him. But again, it's all about the agent. The agent can sit there and say, we got a team right now that's willing to pay CJ top money. Do you got the type of money? No, we want to keep him. We can't franchise tag him. Well, he's gone. So yeah, I'll take whatever that money cap hit for $13 million for a safety. I'll do that before I let him walk out there. Because if he hits free agency, he is going to demand more money than that. Him and Jesse Bates are going to get paid a lot of money. Look how much it took to get. Look how much it was to try to even offer the exact same amount for a guy that who did the Ravens sign last year? The safety? Wasn't Marcus Williams the guy that we wanted? Look how much it was to outbid them. I don't want to outbid nobody because you're not going to outbid a team like Chicago. They got more money than we do. I'm not going in a bidding war with a team. I'd rather franchise tag them. Listen, it's a lot, maybe. And listen, I don't know if it's a lot. You know, I'm glad you put it up. 14.46 million franchise tag for safety. Sorry. But again, it might sound bad, but do you want him to hit free agency? Do you want him to hit free agency? Because he's going to make that type of money way more if he walks. I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. I think the Eagles are going to franchise tag him. We'll see what happens. You know, they got to 4 p.m. to do it. If they don't, they better get a deal done. Howie Roseman better start restructuring now. It should have been done restructuring. This is why it's so important to get your coaches finalized and get the players in restructured, because now you're running out of time. Free agency is in next 2 weeks. Or next week, I believe. Isn't it March 17th free agency? What's today? Today is March 6th. So you got into 2 more weeks to get a deal done, or 1 more week. And if you don't, you're not getting him. Because there's going to be some crazy team that's going to pay him more than he was worth before. Jesse Bates going to want a deal, and CJ is going to want a deal. So I don't know what we do. I think you got to franchise tag him. I think you got to pay him. You got to franchise tag him. Might be a lot, but you got to do it. You do not want to hit free CJ Gardner-Johnson hit free agency, because guess what? You're not getting him back. Look how much Marcus Williams got. You don't think CJ's going to get more than that? CJ's a way better player than Marcus Williams, in my opinion. He's the best safety in football. I'll be damned if I let him walk out there, but give me the franchise tag. Let me sign to you whatever the amount of franchise tag. You said 13 million is high for safety. Not really. Not really, because guess what? That is one of the best safeties in football. I'm okay with that. Because at least you sign a guy for 1 more year and you can get a deal done. It's not a lot. It might sound a lot, but it's not a lot for a guy like that. And what do you think he's going to get? You don't think a team's not going to overpay for him? There's going to be some team that's going to way overpay for a safety. If you let him walk out that building, you're not getting him back. CJ wants to be the highest paid safety. He said it already. He wants to be the highest paid safety. His agent is going to demand more than what we're going to franchise tag him for. So you can't just pay players, man. It's not Madden. You got to restructure deals. You got to do all that. And I right now would franchise tag him for $13 million. And yeah, it might sound like a lot of money, but not for CJ Gardner-Johnson, isn't it? And franchise tag is $13 million. Okay, so be it. So be it. Then you got to do it. Because here's the point, ready? You had all year to know that CJ was going to walk if you did not extend him. When you made the trade with the Saints, you knew damn well if you wanted to keep him, he was going to get paid. You knew damn well going to that year, when you decided to pull the trigger for CJ Gardner-Johnson, the reason why the Saints couldn't afford him, because they couldn't keep him, because they didn't have enough cap space at the time. Or they just didn't want to pay him. Maybe the Eagles don't franchise tag him. Maybe if you are looking at the Philadelphia Eagles, maybe they don't franchise tag him. But if they don't, then we better be signing him. Because again, if you let him walk out the building, who is your safety that you're going to draft? Or you just not going to have a safety in draft? Are you going to trust Reed Blankenship? There was some guy on Twitter telling me, well, get ready for Epps and Blankenship. If that's the case, you can say goodbye to that defense. Epps is not a starting safety. And if I'm going to get one guy back, it's going to be CJ before I even sign Marcus Epps. Marcus Epps can't cover. CJ can. CJ can cover. Marcus Epps can't cover. CJ Gardner-Johnson, to me, is a first priority. You got a franchise tag him, man. I don't care how much. I don't give a fuck how much it is. Get it done. If Howard Roseman's the best GM in football, and he's the cap wizard, he's all this stuff, then I expect him to get this done. I'm not asking him to sign all these players, but you got to franchise tag CJ. Or you got to try to find a way to keep him here for a long time. You going to give him the bag? I don't see that. I think we franchise tag him. And yeah, it'll be a lot, but it'll be worth it. That way you have enough time to find a way to get him his deal done. You got all week to worry about CJ getting the deal done. Franchise tag him tomorrow. Put him under the franchise tag. The Raiders just franchise tag Josh Jacobs because they want to extend him down the road. That's what good teams do. If you can't play a player right now, you can't pay a player right now, you franchise tag them. And you pay them when you are able to afford them. So you have one more year for CJ Gardner-Johnson. I expect the Eagles to get a deal done. But I think they franchise tag him. And during their training camp, when they restructure Slay, and I think they do, like I said, I think they do the same thing with Cox, where they redid his whole deal. I think they do with Slay. You know, but you got to restructure Slay's deal. You got to restructure Lane Johnson's deal. You got to do that before free agency. But I don't care how much the franchise tag is worth. I don't care. He's your top priority. If you did not want to keep him, why did you trade for him? You gave up picks involved. It's not like you got him for free. He wasn't released. He wasn't a guy that no one knew. You knew he was a good player. So to me, CJ is your best safety on your team. He fits the Philadelphia Eagles fans and what they are about. And he's been the best close since Brian Dawkins. I'm not saying it's Brian Dawkins, but I'm saying we haven't had a safety like that since B-Dawk. We talk about elite safeties. He is one of them in this league. He is 25 years old. He is very important for a team like the Eagles to keep. So to me, I mean, it is what it is. I think they cut Slade to redo. I've been saying that, man. And thank you for. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was being stupid. I really did. I thought I was not being the smart one here. I agree. I think they do that. Darius Slay, if you trade him June 1st, you save $17.5 million gas space. So to me, I think they do the same thing with Cox. I think they take the cap hit money, they release him, and they bring him back on a one-year deal. We're going to hear rumors that Darius Slay was released. People freaking out. Talk about why would you do that? He's a cap hit. You can't do that. Now look at us. And we bring him back on a one-year deal. I think we do that. And I think you see that tomorrow. I think that we get it. I believe we franchise tag CJ Gardner-Johnson. And it might look a lot. But right now we franchise tag him. And we redo Darius Slay's contract before free agency. We go into this season restructuring deals. I think Darius Slay is getting his deal restructured. And I think we release him and we bring him back on a one-year deal. That's not going to cost us a lot. The same with Cox. And if he's not willing to do it, he can go. Listen, I'll tell you one thing. I'll call up the Raiders right now. If he don't want to offer, you don't want to structure the deal and make it team friendly, he can go. The Raiders need a cornerback. Hey, you want Darius Slay? Yeah. You want a third for him? Yeah, we'll take it. Bye. See you later. I don't got time for that. We need money right here, man. You are currently have a lot of money, a lot of cap hit into your contract, man. You have a lot of cap when it comes to money and dead hit money in your in your contract right now. We can't afford to keep everybody. So I think that is true. I think they do the same thing what they did with Cox, where they remember when he was getting paid a lot of money, and when we released him, a lot of people were freaking out, talk about why did you release him? Oh, he's gone. Oh, you dead cap money. No, because I think they restructured Slay's deal where they're going to put him back on a one-year deal, and he's going to play for this year, and he's a free agent next year. I think they do that. I think they take the dead cap hit, and they restructure this whole deal where it's not going to kill them down the road. Cox was making so much money. Remember we signed to that ridiculous deal? And we restructured his deal where now he's on a 1-year deal. Now he's a free agent this year. Thank goodness. You know what I'm saying? Same with Slay. I think we do that. And if he's not willing to do that, listen, he can go. I will find better corners right now. And I think they would do just as good as Slay. Because this is a business. And if you're not willing to contribute to this business and you want to get paid, go to the Raiders. Hell, Chicago needs a corner. Go there. They got enough money to do for you. You can get a contract there over there too. Go to a team where you feel like you want to get paid because we can't afford you right now. We are struggling enough to even try to pay these guys. You got to find a way to bring Brandon Graham back. You can't do that right now because Slay's money is right now causing problems. And I think when you look at Howie Roseman, the way he restructured deals, I think he does the same thing with Fletcher Cox. I think he restructured his deal, release Darius Slay, bring him back on a 1-year deal, take the cap hit, and bring him back on a 1-year deal this year and let him walk next year. That's what I think is going to happen. I agree with that statement. I thought I was the only one going crazy. I appreciate you for telling me that because now it makes me even, confident that I was saying something right. I agree with that statement. And I've been saying a lot. I think Darius Slay, no team is going to want to trade for him. And a lot of people talk about June 1st. I don't think the Eagles are waiting for June 1st. I think they restructured his deal before free agency hits. We saw it with Cox. I think you see that with Slay. Because I think the Eagles really do want to bring guys back like Bradbury if they can't afford him, right? Because I listen, I don't know when the Eagles are going to draft a corner. They don't usually do that, But they do want to. I think if you know Howie Roseman, he wants to keep guys like T.J. Edwards here. He can't right now because of Slay's contract. Guys are making a lot of money, and a lot of guys are going to want to get paid. And if they don't get paid here, they're going somewhere else to get paid. Another team will pay them that money that we can't afford to pay them right now. Like a guy like T.J. Edwards is going to get a bag. A guy like Epps is going to get out. It's going to be probably one of the guys that are going to get paid. You know what I'm saying? I think the Eagles are going to try to keep alive as much as people as possible. I think they keep Brandon Graham. I think they sign him back on a 1-year deal, not a veteran minimum, and I think he retires an Eagle. But I think Slay deal is getting restructured. I think they redo it. I think they release him, bring him back on a 1-year deal, and people are going to freak out, and I'm not going to freak out because I know it's coming. Because he's making a lot of money. He's making almost $25 million right now? Something crazy. He's making a lot of money, and he's under contract to 2026. And he's making so much money. You can't afford to keep him, bro. I'm sorry. Dude, he cannot be here since 2026. When we traded for him, that was the contract we had to give him. But he was also younger. And that's what you had to do at the time. But now you got to redo that contract. Sometimes you are not worth that type of money. And Slay, to me, is not worth top money that he's getting. He might be a good corner. But he's not a guy that's going to be here for a long time. He's 32 years old. So I agree with that statement. I think they cut Slay to redo his money just like Fletch. I do too. I think they do it before free agency. And there's going to be a lot of people in the comments talking about, why did we release Slay? Why are we taking a cap hit? This makes no sense. Why would Howie Roseman do that? And what are we going to do? They're going to bring him back on a 1-year deal. Because they're going to pay C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They got to restructure Lane Johnson's deal. I think they redo his deal too. So again, people are not going to like it. I don't care. If there's not really want to restructure his deal and he's not okay with doing that, like he said he would do it. But I don't know if they're saying knows the definition of restructuring the deal because he's not getting an extension. So again, man, I think the Eagles are going to restructure his deal. They're going to say, listen, you're making a lot of money, dude. We need to restructure your deal because we got to sign guys like CJ back. We want to try to keep the core players here. You know what I'm saying? I think they like TJ Edwards. I think they're going to try to bring him back. But they can't right now because Darius Slay's money is cute holding them back. And again, that's what happens when you pay cornerbacks. You know what I'm saying? But you can't make a lot of moves. You know, if you look at the cap, the cap hit, man, train Darius Slay by June 1st, you're saving 17.2 million. So you're making a lot of money by training him in June. But again, who's going to want to trade for him? With that contract on their hand, who's going to trade for him? I don't see that. I don't see that. He's 32 years old. And to me, he's getting older. Right? So you need to restructure the deal where it's not going to hit you when he walks. So I agree with that statement, man. I appreciate you, Will Duncan. I appreciate it. Shout out to all y'all, man. I appreciate y'all for coming in, man. Y'all mean a lot to me. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate y'all. Y'all the best for real. Y'all really do help this channel. And without you, this channel don't grow. They don't grow. You know, and I want to thank y'all, you know. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. But like I said, you know, free agency is in 2 weeks. So I think the Eagles are going to restructure deals by next week. I think they franchise tag CJ tomorrow. And I think they go into this year, and I think you're going to see Slay's deal get restructured first. And I think Lane Johnson's deals. I think Lane Johnson gets restructured first. I think they restructure Slay's last because I think Slay is making a lot of money. They got to restructure him. He's making a lot of money, man. And listen, you know, if he does want to come back and he's willing to restructure the deal, fine, great. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind bringing him back. But it got to be enough where it's got to be fair for us. If you want a lot of money, you got to go somewhere else. Because we got to get players here like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We got to keep him. We got to keep guys like T.J. Edwards. You can't let him walk. He's a young linebacker. And I don't know if the Eagles are going to draft another linebacker. You know, I think they value T.J. Edwards as a franchise linebacker. I think they do that. You know, and I would love to see what he does with a new head coach like Sean Diaz, whatever his name is, who's a little bit more aggressive. I would love to see that. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like Jonathan Gannon, man, he really messed me the fuck up, man. You know, every time I go watch NFL Network, I always see that stupid now go get your Chiefs Super Bowl hats, and it pisses me off, bro. It really does, man, because he really fucked up every fucking thing, dude. Part of my language, but I hate that fucking asshole, man. I can't stand that jerk off. I'm glad he's in Arizona, and thank God he's out of here, man, because he is such a sorry, no good piece of shit defensive coordinator who wasted so much talent. And I hate these Jonathan Gannon fans, man. These Jonathan Gannon kiss assers who want to sit there and make excuses for him. The dude sucks, man. He sucks. And I don't see him as a good head coach. I think they're going to be horrible in Arizona. It is what it is. But he's a horrible defense coordinator. I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks. Well, he has 78 sacks. Well, he's the reason why the Eagles were good. No, he wasn't. The players made him better. And I've been saying it all along. And people call me crazy. You know? There's a lot of people who like Jonathan Gannon. I don't know why. You know? Again, man, like, it makes me mad, bro. Because, like, this is why it's so important. When you have a chance to win a championship, you do it. You know, like, and it's like every time I see that Super Bowl hat with the Chiefs on it, it pisses me off, bro. Because that's the game we should have won. But we didn't win because of a defense coordinator. I'm glad he's gone, man. So Sean Diaz, welcome to Philadelphia. That's what you do. You know, I'm interested to see what we do with DB coach. Listen, Denard Wilson reportedly got fired. Looks like that's where a report came out. There's one report saying he left, partly left, and the Eagles fired him. I don't know what to believe. You know, I don't know if they partly decided mutually agreed to go separate ways. More likely that means he got fired and they're just trying to be nice about it. So he got fired. He got fired. They said, we don't need you anymore. It is what it is. I'm not mad about it, you know, because a lot of people say, well, he should be defense coordinator. Bro, he's never been a defense coordinator in his life. Again, people got to stop saying that because you don't know what to expect from this defense coordinator. I remember a lot of people did not like Nick Sirianni. They love him now. I notice every time we don't like a defense coordinator, they always turn out to be good. Or a head coach when they're always good. You know? We like Jonathan Gannon from the beginning when he was hired. Stinks. So maybe DES is a really good defense coordinator. And like I said, I'm willing to give him a chance. There's nothing I can do. He's here. You know? I can't cry about it. You know? See what happens. I heard he's more aggressive. I heard he had less talent in Chicago. He does play to the bend and break defense. I don't like that. But listen, I don't care about the bend and break defense. Can you make adjustments? And if you can, then so be it. If that bend and break defense and you're able to make adjustments and you're able to put your players in best position to win, so be it. Look, the bend and break defense only works when you have great players that are put in best positions to win. If your defense coordinator is willing to help you and make sure you're in the right position at the right time, and you got a defense coordinator that's aggressive when he wants to be, and he's showing it when he has no choice, then I'm okay with that. Because if that's the thing that you want to run, so be it. But my God, when your corners are getting torched, please do something else. Don't let them sit back and get destroyed, man. Jonathan Gannon did that, man. You know, it is what it is, bro. They say Sean Guy is disguised as a 3-4 guy, sends pressure from different. And I like that. And I hope that's what we get. But again, they said the same thing with Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon was supposed to play a 3-4, a 4-3. He was going to believe in taking the ball away. Jonathan Gannon was going to make our corners better. Did none of that. He did none of that. So I got to see what he is. I'm not going to say what he. Listen, I'm going to give him a chance like I did with Jonathan Gannon, like I did with Jim Schwartz. I'll give anybody a chance. I'm not going to bash him. I'm not going to say he sucks. I know a lot of people are saying he sucks. I don't know. I don't know him. If the Philadelphia Eagles feel like he's the right head coach for the defense coordinator, then I got to go with what they believe. I might not agree with it, but listen, you don't get to choose who you agree with. The Eagles are a team that believes he's the right fit. I want to Lovie Smith. It didn't happen. It is what it is. And if that is true and he plays like that, we are going to be really good. Because that's something Jonathan Gannon never did, was send pressure from different angles. Jonathan Gannon had a one way, either my way or the highway. I want my defense coordinator to hopefully use my players in best positions to win. I don't want to see Robert Quinn, or thank God Robert Quinn's gone. God, he stinks. But I don't want to see Hassan Riddick at linebacker mode. I shouldn't, like I said, and I showed this clip a million times, I shouldn't see my linebackers doing this. And if I do, there's a problem. But I shouldn't see my linebackers doing something like this. I shouldn't see that. If I see that, then you are a terrible defense coordinator. You need to go. And it's going to be a lot of fans who defend it, and I don't get it. How can you defend that? Well, that's a scheme. I don't give a rat's ass if it is a scheme. It's stupid. Robert Quinn is not a linebacker. If you wanted to trade for a linebacker, you should have asked Howard Roseman to go trade for Raquan Smith at the trade deadline, not Robert Quinn. Robert Quinn was here to pass rush. And also, I feel like Robert Quinn wasn't used right, because Robert Quinn was able to be used fine in Chicago. And when he came to Philadelphia, he didn't even been used right. So I'm not going to say he stinks. You know, everybody talk about he sucks, man. No, Jonathan Gannon is a trash bin defense coordinator, man. Doesn't even know how to use players. He put Robert Quinn in linebacker mode. What the fuck, dude? Come on, man. You know, I'm glad he's gone. That's all I gotta say. Like I said, I mean, CJ is our second part. No, he's our first. Jalen Hurts has one more year on his deal. CJ Johnson doesn't. CJ is our number one priority, bro. I disagree with that. Jalen Hurts has one more year on his deal. You know what I'm saying? And I believe Jalen Hurts is getting a contract extension, but I feel like Jalen Hurts is not in a rush to get a contract. And I don't know why people are in a rush to sign him. If you pay him early, he's still making money. It doesn't matter if you wait or now or later, you're still going to get him he's still going to make a lot of money. So again, I'd rather pay CJ Gone Johnson. And then again, I'm not afraid to let players. I'm not. Why is this again? And a lot of people don't like this, but I'm not afraid to say, Jalen Hurts, show me one more time, you can do it again, and then I'll pay you. Why is it so hard? A lot of people don't like that, but why is it hard to say, Jalen Hurts, show him to me one more time? Can you do it one more time? Is it so hard to ask a player again to do what he did last year and then pay him? Are we in a rush to pay a quarterback? I'm not in a rush. Again, it doesn't matter what you pay him. If you wait now or you don't wait, you still quarterbacks are still going to redo the market every year. New quarterbacks are going to get paid top money. I'm not in a rush to pay Jalen Hurts. He got one more year on his deal. So again, man, I feel the Eagles are going to stand him. But again, I don't mind Eagles saying, you know what, show me one more time what you can do. Because again, we've seen players get paid. Look at Kyler Murray. The following year when he got paid, look what happened. He got hurt. So again, if you pay Jalen Hurts and he gets hurt, then what do? You're stuck with him. But again, man, I feel like Jalen Hurts is going to get paid. And I would love to pay him. You know what I'm saying? But if you pay him this right now or you wait, it doesn't matter. Because guess what? You're still going to see a lot of quarterbacks revamp the market every year, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a guy that's going to overpay for a quarterback because he got one more year in his deal. Now he's eligible to get a contract extension for sure. And I think the Eagles are going to extend him. But I don't think they're in a hurry to extend him like a lot of people think they are. I think they're going to take their time and they're going to get CJ signed first. And they're going to restructure Slay's deal, and they're going to make it a priority to sign Jalen Hurts in the offseason during training camp, maybe even preseason. I think they get a deal done during training camp because I don't think the Eagles are going to be in a rush to sign Jalen Hurts. Now, they might, but Jalen Hurts right now does not need to be signed right now. Your biggest priority right now is to sign 2 players right now. Jalen Hurts might be one of them down the road, but he got one more year on his deal. CJ doesn't. Brandon Graham doesn't. These guys are walking. So I'm not paying a quarterback right now when I got one more deal on his deal. I need this. I'm not. Why is it so hard to say, you know what? Show me one more time. Now, there's going to be a lot of people in the comment section talk about, well, you got to pay him now, or he might not want to play. But if he don't want to play, he can go. So because guess what? You're going to throw a tantrum and you don't want to be a leader because I have to say one more time to show you, because I say show me one more time, then you're not a quarterback that I want to pay, because that's baby mentality. And I don't think Jalen is the type of guy that does it. I mean, if he doesn't want to be here, he don't have to be here. You know what I'm saying? I would love Jalen to be here, but I'm not in a rush to pay him. You know, and a lot of people are, and I'm not. Well, Jalen's got to get paid. You don't got to get paid now. He will get paid when the time is coming. We will pay Jalen Hurts. I'm not worried about that. But he got one more year on his deal. Show me one more time that you could do what you did last year before I even extend you. Now, I think the Eagles are going to pay him. I don't think they're not going to pay. They drafted him. You know what I'm saying? He is the future quarterback. But no, I don't think the number one priority is Jalen Hurts. I think CJ is your number one priority. Jalen Hurts is a priority that you have to pay down the road. But Jalen Hurts is not a free agent. He's now eligible to get a contract extension. But is Jalen Hurts a free agent this year? No. But does he want a contract? Yeah, I'm sure he does. And he will get a contract extension when he deserves it. Right now, you don't need to pay Jalen Hurts right now. You got to pay your star safety right now. You got to sign BG back, your veteran leader, your captain on your team. You got to help these defensive ends stay where they are. I'm sorry, stay where they are. Your defensive end / captain who puts these guys in best position to win, who's a leader on the field, who's off the field leader. That's the guy that you got to pay. You can't let BG walk. I don't care about Fletcher Cox. He can walk. You know what I'm saying? But BG is a must sign. CJ Gone Johnson is a must sign. And Jalen Hurts has one more year on his deal. I say, why not show me one more time? Do what you did one more time. Now, I think he will do it. You know what? And listen, it might sound selfish, but listen. Are we in a rush to pay Jalen Hurts? Now, I think Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback. And I've been saying, I think he needs to get a contract done. I'm only joking, man. I think you got to stand him. You know what I'm saying? But, there's other people that are going to sit there and say, no, I think we got to pay him. But there's going to be other people in the comment section that are going to say, don't pay him. You might, because look what happened when we paid him. I don't think Jalen Hurts wins. I think Jalen Hurts is going to work on his worth. He's going to work on he's going to be better every year. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm not worried about Jalen Hurts. He'll get his contract extension. One joke. I'm just speaking for the rest of the people. Do I think we should pay Jalen Hurts? Absolutely. We got to sign seats. I think you got to pay Jalen Hurts before Dan Jones gets a contract. But I'm just talking about the other side. There's one side to think that we should wait for Jalen Hurts for his deal to be done and then pay him. Say, show me one more time. And I'm not the type of person that says that, because what does Jalen Hurts have to show you? The man took you to a Super Bowl. They said that he couldn't win a playoff game. He's done something that Josh Allen can't do. Go to a Super Bowl. He's done something that Joe Burrow couldn't do. Go to toe with Mahomes. And listen, he went toe-to-toe in the Super Bowl with Mahomes. Lamar Jackson's not worth Jalen Hurts' money. I'm sorry. He's done something Lamar Jackson can't do. Win a playoff game. More than one playoff game. Lamar Jackson has one playoff game on his belt. And yet he wants more money. Get out of here, bro. You're absolutely running back. You're not even a top 5 quarterback. I really hope the Commanders try to go after him so badly, because he is a disaster. He's not about a team. And I don't know why the Ravens would want to extend him. Did he show you a leader when he decided not to show up in the playoff game? After you do that, I'm not extending you. Because that shows me your true colors. Shows me you're a loser. That shows me you're all about the money. You're not about the team. And it shows me that you're not willing to fight for this team. You can go. I don't care how good you are. You think I care? You do that to a team, to me, you lose respect. Players lose respect for you. You know? And everybody complains he don't have receivers. He don't have receivers because they can't throw the ball. And receivers can't play with him because they can't get the ball, because he doesn't have a good arm. That's just something Lamar Jackson doesn't have. He doesn't have an arm. He doesn't have accuracy. He is regressed as a player. If I'm the Ravens, I let him walk. Let him go somewhere else. He wants to join the Falcons, go for it. He's all about money to me. Why would I extend a player? Because he shows up in Madden? Because Lamar Jackson shows up in Madden? I don't care if he shows up in Madden. When your team was in the playoffs and you did not want to participate, you show me your true colors. You don't care about this team. You care about the money. And I don't know why the Ravens would extend him. I'll let him walk, bro. Let the Commanders overpay for him. I'm not scared. Listen, I'm not scared the Commanders overpay for Lamar, because Lamar can't run in the regular system. He needs an RPO running system. He can't throw from the pocket. Why do you think the receivers don't want to play for him? They talk about why he has no receivers. He has no talent around him. No, he did. He wasted all that because they don't want to play for him. Because Lamar is not a good quarterback. People just overhype him because he's MVP year and he ran all these juke moves on people and he's flashy in Madden, and there's a lot of Lamar fans and they think he has no talent around him. And that's not true. He had talent. The man couldn't get it done. And I don't need to see any more Lamar. I know what Lamar is. Lamar is a guy who needs a running system around him. He needs a running back around him, because he is a running back. He can't throw from the pocket. Once his leg's gone, he's done. I don't care what people think, man. I watched Lamar Jackson. He's the same player that he was in the NFL that he was in college. A guy that runs around, makes people move, make people dance, but he can't throw the pocket. Beat me with your arm. Now we have issues. I saw Lamar Jackson versus the Giants when he needed to win in a clutch comeback. Those are when quarterbacks get paid. When you're able to do that. Jalen Hurts showed me he can win in the clutch moments. Lamar can't. That's the difference between Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. The Giants game when you needed a touchdown and you throw a pick. And it's not even a pick where you threw the ball and then cornerback got it. No, you threw it right to a linebacker. You can't throw. That shows me your accuracy issue is not good. You don't need the biggest arm, but at least work on your accuracy. He doesn't want to get better. He thinks that he's already good. You can't tell Lamar Jackson nothing. He already thinks he's the best. He's another guy that's a loser. You know, he's another guy that wants to get paid without doing the work. Quarterbacks who get paid show up in big games in the playoffs. And when you decide to quit on your team because you wanted a bag when you didn't deserve it, shows me your true colors. If I was a Ravens team, I would never pay him. Walk. Bye. See you later. But, you know, the Ravens ain't going to do it. They're desperate for a quarterback. They know if they lose Lamar Jackson, they're going to look bad. It is what it is, man. I'll let him walk, bro. Just like I let Kyler Murray walk. I would have never paid him. That was a bad contract. You know what I'm saying? It's all about your character, dude. Lamar Jackson's not a winner. He's not a guy like Jalen Hurts who's going to be humble. He's a me type guy. And you can't win like that in the league. They say Lamar Jackson wants his money. Well, I wouldn't show up if I don't get paid. Well, then you don't. Then I'm not paying you. Newsflash for you. I don't gotta pay you. When you are a franchise quarterback, you show up in the games when it matters. You want to get paid like a top quarterback, then you show me in the playoffs that you're that guy. Lamar Jackson has one playoff win on his belt. And he's been in the league how many years? Yeah, we make excuse for him. We talk about he has no talent around him. Okay. They don't give him talent around him because they don't deserve it. Not because they can't get talent around him, because no receiver wants to come to Baltimore. What would you say if you're the GM? I would tell him to walk. I would tell him to walk. I'm not paying him money. I'm not franchise tagging him. I'll let him walk. I'll let him walk. Because I saw what he did in the playoffs, and I don't respect that. I don't respect any quarterback who do that. When you have a chance to show in the playoffs and you decide to quit on your team, it shows me you're not a leader. And I don't need divas on my team. You can be the greatest fucking quarterback all in the world. You can be the next great Tom Brady. If you're a diva and you're not about winning, get the hell out of here. I'll find someone else that can replace you and probably can do a lot better than you do. Number two, Lamar Jackson, again, cannot throw the ball. Why do you think they have an RPO system around Lamar Jackson? You know, everybody was talking Jalen Hurts was a noodle arm. Lamar Jackson has one. The man is not a good thrower. And when you watch him, he has a weird throwing arm. He doesn't have accuracy. He can't stay in the pocket. And when he does, he struggles. So if I'm a Ravens fan, I wouldn't want to pay him. He's a loser. You're not going to show up in a playoff game because you don't want to get paid. You saw Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts could have said, you know what, I don't want to show up. You don't want to pay me. I don't want to show up. Then I would say, you can go. I don't care how talented you are. When you have a team to play for, you show up. And I don't give a damn what you want. You are a player, bro. You want to get paid. Those are the games you get paid by. Winning playoff games. And everybody in that locker room said we would have won. We had Lamar Jackson. Just shot at Lamar Jackson's character. You know, the receiver Bateman was talking about how, it's the GM's fault. Oh, don't blame it on us. No, the GM can't do that much. The GM gave Lamar Jackson top 10 defense. The Baltimore Ravens have given Lamar Jackson receivers. They might not be superstars, but my God, they're better than what he had. He can't win with them. He doesn't have a good arm. You don't have to have the best arm, but you got to have an okay arm. Jalen Hurts don't have the best arm, but he gets the ball to his receiver. And he knows he doesn't have a big arm. So he'll do anything he can to be sure he's accurate. And when you don't have that, you're not lasting in this league. You are not going to last if you're just a running back. And Lamar Jackson is. He is. And the way he played in the playoffs, man, the way he didn't want to show up, you bailed on your team. I don't sign those type of players, man. If I'm a GM, I look at you and like, bro, you can go. Go be a loser somewhere else. He's a loser. What has Lamar Jackson done? I want someone to tell me in the comments. Oh, I'm sure we're going to hear MVP. He had an MVP year. What are you talking about? Because of his running ability. Show me where he's throwing the ball. And a lot of his touchdowns was because the defense was giving him back the ball because the defense was good. And he was getting good positive yardage from field position. Because the defense were making turnovers. So he was getting touchdowns in the red zone. Lamar Jackson is not a star quarterback, in my opinion. But, the free agency, they're going to hype him up. You know how they are. Hell, they're calling Kyler Murray a star. They saying Jonathan Gannon got a star quarterback. When? When has Kyler Murray been a star? He's another joker. Lamar's MVP was like 4 years ago. That was a Lamar done late block. And Lamar threw a double pick in double coverage. He threw a pick in double coverage against the Bills in the divisional round. He since then has one playoff game, one wild card win, I believe, under his belt. I think he has a division. I believe he has one home win. I think he has two. I don't know. I think he has two wild card wins. Something great, but he's never been to an NFC Championship game. He's not worth Joe Burrow type money. And there's going to be people in the comment section. I always talk about you're casual. You don't know what you talk about. Okay, nerd. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't gotta agree with you. You know what I'm saying? You want to like Lamar Jackson, go for it. I don't like him. Not because I don't think, no, just because I don't think he's not a quarterback. He needs a running system to help him. He needs what Jalen Hurts had that everybody say he only has. And that's the only reason why he's good. You know what? He would be a good backup for Jalen Hurts. Because he would be able to run a system like that. But he wouldn't be able to throw. But he would be a good backup. I would love him as a backup. He can learn from Jalen Hurts. Maybe Jalen Hurts would teach him how to throw better. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be a lot of people say I'm hating. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what people think. You know what I'm saying? I'm hating for telling the truth. Then guess what? You're not telling the truth and you're just lying to your fan base. Because if you're a Ravens fan, you respect Lamar Jackson, the fact that he quit on your team, and he had a chance to come back in the playoffs, and he chose to sit out, to me, that's a loser. Loser mentality, losing quarterback, loser diva mentality, all about me type guy. Why would I want that on my team? Why would I want that on my team? That's a loser. So people doubt Hurts and when he made the Super Bowl, praise Allen. Yeah, exactly. Allen is a guy who has not made to a Super Bowl. Yeah, exactly. Again, Jalen Hurts is disrespected. And this is why it was so important, and I fucking hated the fact that he didn't win that Super Bowl. Because now they're going to talk about, well, he fumbled in the Super Bowl. He's a bum. He's that. If you watched the game and you thought he was a bum, you're not watching the same game as I am. Everybody's going to bring up now that Jalen Hurts fumbled in the Super Bowl. He didn't fumble in the Super Bowl. That's not why he fumbled, but he didn't lose that game because of that. That's not why they lost. That was not real. Well, it was 7 points. Okay, and quarterbacks fumble all the time. No one's perfect. Jalen Hurts is not going to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? He also scored a touchdown. And he kept us in the game. Gannon lost that game for us. Because I believe if Jalen Hurts got the ball back with a minute 58 seconds in the quarter, or how much time we had, we would have won that game. He could not stop our defense. Our offense. You know? I hope not. Do I think we're going to take Derrick Henry? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we are. I don't think Derrick. I think Derrick goes to Buffalo. I got a feeling Derrick goes to Buffalo. If he gets traded, he's going to Buffalo. I think he goes to Buffalo, or I don't know, man. I think Derrick goes to Buffalo. I think he goes to Buffalo. They need a running back over there, and if they could get a Derrick Henry over there, they'd be dangerous, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. But again, I mean, they think Buffalo just needs a running back, and they're going to be legit. No, again, man, I've been saying all along, Sean McDermott's a trash bin head coach. He's not a good head coach. He's another choke artist. Everybody hypes him up. Sean McDermott lost that playoff game. You throw it in the fucking snow. You got a quarterback who's regressed as a quarterback who's thrown picks, and part of it was Brian the ball leaving, and you decided to throw it in the snowstorm. Run the ball. You trade for Nyheim Hines from the Colts. You use him on special teams, but you don't use him as a running back. So to me, it's like Sean McDermott is a guy who's going to do everything he can to keep his job. So he's going to go out and get players like that. And that's why I think Miles Sanders is going to be a Buffalo Bill or Derrick Henry. One of those two is going to be in Buffalo. I think Saquon, if he leaves, he goes somewhere like Chicago. You know, it's going to be interesting. But again, isn't Buffalo in the division? In our division? No, he's not in the division. Are you talking in their division? No, Buffalo is in they're in the AFC West, isn't it? The AFC West. They're in Miami. They're in they're with the Jets, and they're with the Patriots. No, I don't think they're in the conference, but they're not in the division. Titans division is the Colts, the Texans, and I believe the Jacksonville. I think that's the Titans division. It's Jacksonville, the Colts, the Texans. Buffalo has the Jets, the Patriots, and the Dolphins. And I think there's one more. Who is it? Yeah, it's Buffalo Bills, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Patriots. Yeah. Hurts is the best quarterback in FC's by far. Oh, listen, Hurts is the best quarterback in football right now. I know a lot of people go to Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes did not really win that Super Bowl. I don't think he outplayed Jalen Hurts. He won the Super Bowl because Jonathan Gannon sucks. He got free, easy passes. Listen, I can throw against Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon, all you got to do is beat him with Dunkin' passes and jet motion. That's the only thing you got to do. If you mix it up and you have a great game plan, you're beating Jonathan Gannon. That's what I'm saying. No, right? Again, I don't think Jalen. I think Jalen Hurts outplayed Mahomes. A lot of people are going to say not because he won a Super Bowl. It is what it is. I don't think he should have been MVP. If you want to be real, you know who should have been MVP for the Chiefs? Travis Kelce. Because I don't think Mahomes wins it. But again, it is what it is. Mahomes is still a good quarterback. I'm not taking nothing away from him. I just don't think he outplayed Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFL right now. It's not even close. The Bills have the Dolphins, Jet, Patriots in it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're not in Titans. They're not in the Titans division. No. And I think Derrick Henry would be a good place for the Bills. I think the Jags are kind of broke in cap money since we spent it. No, you got a lot of money. You got a lot of money, bro. The Jacksonville Jaguars are right now leading in cap space, I believe. You got a lot of money, bro. You got a lot more money than we do. Mahomes is kind of overrated, by the way. No, he's not overrated, man. I'm not going to say that. Mahomes is not overrated. He's a hell of a quarterback. What he did with that roster, the way he was able to take that team to a Super Bowl, you got to give him respect, man. You know what I'm saying? I'd never say Mahomes overrated because that's stupid. Mahomes not overrated. Mahomes is one of the best quarterbacks in football. But like I said, I think Jalen Hurts is better, and I think Jalen Hurts would have beaten Mahomes if he had a chance. But look, I'm not going to say Mahomes is overrated. It's not real. That's not accurate. Mahomes is a good quarterback. And you know what? He did everything he could to win that Super Bowl. Despite losing Tyreek Hill, they had no chance, and they won. No? I don't like Mahomes' brother. I'm hoping he goes to jail. Maybe they do TikToks in prison. You never know. They think then they say we have an easy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have an easy division. But here they are hyping up the Giants when they were playing in the division round. Which one is it? We have an easy division because corner yard, the Giants were a tough team when we were in the playoffs. Yeah, we had an easy division. The Cowboys are not easy to beat. Newsflash: as much as Dak Prescott is trash, he's not easy to beat. The Commanders are not easy to beat because they're a team that knows us. No division is easy. No game is easy to win. Every player has the money they got. They get paid to do a job. It's not easy to win games. And let me tell you something. Every team that made this Super Bowl, whether it was the NFC East, the AFC West, the NFC North, the AFC, what is it? Whatever you want to say in the conference, whatever team made it, they made it because the division was trash or the division wasn't good enough for them or they had an easy schedule. The Patriots made it back-to-back in the Super Bowl because the Jets were trash and they had no competition in the division. No one wants to talk about that. Kansas City made it because the Chargers are trash. And let's be real, they had a weak division too. Who was their competition? They gave them run for the money. The Dolphins? I mean, I come on, bro. They're not even in the division. But that was the biggest competition right there was the Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars. So again, people saying our division is weak. Every team who goes to the Super Bowl usually has a weak division. How do you think the 49ers made to the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia? Because they got a weak division. Matthew Stafford's not the same quarterback. I told people Matthew Stafford's not a real legit quarterback. People told me it was crazy. I said they're a one-hit wonder. The Rams are trash. They're going to be dumpster fire for a long time. Listen, the 49ers got there because they had a weak division. No one's talking about that. Again, Tom Brady's won back-to-back Super Bowls and cheated most of them because of the division is weak over there. The Jets weren't good ever when Tom Brady was in the Super Bowl. And when they were, they got beat because Tom Brady was in the division with them. Why do you think Tom Brady retired? Because the division was getting harder. And he can't find another way easy out. And there's rumors he might be coming back. This man can't stay out the cameras, dude. So, he always got to be back, man. Hope he don't come back. Yeah, Allen. I'm not going to say Allen's overrated. No, he is. Allen to me gets. I don't think he's overrated. I think he's overhyped. Either Lamar Jackson's overrated. I think Kyler Murray's overrated. I think Dak Prescott is overrated. I think Daniel Jones is overrated. I think a lot of people overhype. You know what? I'm gonna say this, and the Jack fan might not like this. I think Trevor Lawrence is overrated. No, I don't care what nobody thinks. Josh Allen is overhyped. Yeah, he is overrated because everybody overrates him every year. They say it's his year. They have a great games, and then that's it. The Bills in the division got the Dolphins, who barely made the postseason. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's why they traded for Tyreek Hill because they needed a superstar receiver because the quarterback wasn't good, and they haven't made the playoffs in a long time. I think the last time they made the playoffs was Ryan Fitzpatrick was the quarterback. Let me know if I'm wrong. Allen is over it. The man can't get past it. Exactly. I mean, he is. You know, and a lot of people make excuses for him. You know, I hear that he has no offensive lineman. Okay. You know what I'm saying? He has no receivers. Stephon Diggs. Yo. He has no running backs. They have running backs that just don't use them because Sean McDermott does not like using running backs. He comes from an Andy Reid tree that believes in throwing the ball. And there's a reason why Sean McDermott got fired in Philadelphia as a DC because he's stubborn. Sean McDermott is not a good head coach. He's a good regular season coach, but he's not a good playoff coach. And you need a playoff winning coach. But people overhype him. Just like they're overhyping Joe Judge. And I think he's another Sean McVay if you want to be real. I think people overhype him. He will never win a Super Bowl with the Giants. But we'll see. Also, nobody mentions how the Bills barely beat the third string quarter. Yeah, exactly. But we got the easy schedule, listen. Don't let that fool you. You know what I'm saying? We got the easiest schedule, according to everybody. And just like next year, when we do beat these teams that everybody said we can't beat, we're gonna have an easy schedule. And listen, I don't see anybody beating us again. I think we go back to the Super Bowl. Why? Despite his less talent, who's gonna compete with us? Who's the 49ers quarterback? They don't know. Is it Brock Purdy? Mr. Irrelevant? Is it him? Is it Jimmy Garoppolo? He might be gone. He's a free agent, I think. Trey Lance, they might be trading him. Who's supposed to threaten me? Jared Goff? Come on, bro. I'm not scared of no teams. Kirk Cousins is a free agent, I believe. They don't got a quarterback. Who am I supposed to be scared of? The Washington Commanders? Does it might get Lamar Jackson? Bro, I don't care if the damn they go get Lamar. Go get that noodle arm quarterback who can't throw, who needs a running back, we need to run an RPO system. Go get that. Go destroy your whole team. Go waste Terry McLaurin's. Because I'm telling you right now, you thought Carson Wentz was bad. Wait until you see Lamar Jackson play on another damn team. I tell you right now, he's not lasting in the league that long. He's going to be out the league. And people are going to still make excuses for him, just like they make excuses for Carson. You know what I'm saying? Go get Lamar. I'm not saying one bit. People are going to be scared of him if he goes to the Washington. I'm not, because I know what Lamar is. I know Lamar. Lamar's not a good quarterback. Lamar's a flashy guy that you want to sell jerseys with, but he can't throw the ball. He's not going to overthrow me. And all I gotta do is know if he's going to hand it off or he's going to run with it. That's how you beat him. You make him throw. Allen's a top 5. No, he's not top 5, bro. Allen's not top 5. Joe Burrow is better than him. I think the top 5 quarterbacks right now are Joe Burrow. If you want to be realistic, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence. So, let's see. Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, it's another one. Aaron Rodgers is still a top 4 quarterback. I think he has the weapons. Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen. I think he's top 6. I'll say Trevor Lawrence is better than him. Justin can't make it past the wild card. Man, how is he better than Allen? Who, Justin Herbert? Josh Allen hasn't even made it past. I can't say. So, Josh Allen might be better than Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's overrated, man. I think people overhype him too. He's another guy, bro. I think it's up between Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes, man. The rest you got to have a conversation with. Maybe Joe Burrow. You might get away with Joe Burrow in that conversation, but after that, you got to talk to me. Because after that, you got to start coming with better statements why you think he should be above Jalen. Because I don't see Josh Allen better than Jalen. He's not better than Jalen. Justin can't make it past. No, he can't. That's a good point. My top 3 are Mahomes, Hurts, and Burrow. I think so too. But like I said, we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see how this team plays. Like I said, it's what's so beautiful. Not team plays. We're gonna see what we do in free agency. Like the combine is over, and now it's free agency, and we get to find out what this team does. And I want to see what this team does. I feel like the Eagles need to go out there. They need to sign CJ or Sten, or I think they need to franchise tag him, and I think they restructure Slay's deal. And there's gonna be a lot of people not gonna like it, but listen, You're not going to keep everybody. Players are going to be walking. Hargrave is gone. Epps is gone. Sanders is gone. Edwards is gone. Kaiser is gone. Well, he can go. He's horrible. Never liked that sign in the first place. Um, Quinn is gone. You know, it looks like BG might be gone. You know, you're losing a lot of players, man. You know, you got to fill some of that in free agency, whether you sign a 1 year deal guy, veteran guy. You know, I think you got to sign Brandon Graham back, but it's going to be hard. Like I said, he's getting offers from different teams. And right now we don't have enough money for it, you know? Um, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but, I trust Harry Roseman. I trust his process. I know that he's going to find a way to get deals done. And listen, you know, I trust him to get us back to the promised land, and I'm never going to question him again because he showed me that he is a good GM. What Howard Roseman did that a lot of people thought was, listen, a lot of people are telling me that this team this year who made it to the Super Bowl wasn't even going to make it to the Super Bowl, that they were a dream team. And we made it further than a lot of people thought. We were going to lose a wild card. We were one-hit wonders. We weren't. We lost the Super Bowl, but we went further than a lot of people. And it was a good season. I don't think it's a good season when it comes to losing the Super Bowl, but it was a good season for what we were. We were a young team, second-year quarterback, and I think Jalen Hurts learns from this. And if you know Jalen Hurts, last year when he lost in the playoffs, he made it to the Super Bowl. It's only going to make him better. So now he knows the expectations when he goes to the Super Bowl that you got to be pretty much perfect in this game, and you can't make mistakes. And I think he'll learn that. I think he's a young quarterback. In his second season, he made the Super Bowl. He did something that Carson Wentz couldn't do. He did something that let's be real, McNabb couldn't do, and that is go to a Super Bowl and almost win it. And he was the reason why we were in the game. McNabb was the reason why we lost it because our defense played good that year and our quarterback just stunk, and our offensive coordinator, never mind. But again, man, so I feel like Jalen Hurts, is going to eventually bring us a Lombardi Trophy, and we might have a different roster, no question about it. But like what I've been saying, man, and I've been telling a lot of people this. This is why it's so important to not keep old players around here, because now we might be in a situation we might be getting younger, and there's going to be a lot of fans who are going to be attached to guys like Brandon Graham. Yes, I love Brandon Graham as a guy, a player, as a person. He's a very good person, and I wish him nothing but the best if he walks. I want to keep Brandon Graham, but these guys are gone. We have to get younger, and this is why it's so important to not keep these guys that long, because the more you keep them, the less they start. Listen, Brandon Graham also had his best season too. And that's why I would bring him back because I didn't think Fletcher Cox had a great season. And a lot of people say, well, you get double team. Yeah, but he also should be able to win one-on-ones. He can't do that anymore. If you watch Fletcher Cox from 2013, he's not the same Fletcher Cox. And Brandon Graham to me is only going to get better when he gets a little bit older. Like he's old and he still hasn't. I don't think he has his best season yet. And I think he would be a huge loss for us to lose him. And I could argue that he might be, a top priority too with CJ. You got to bring those guys back. I think you got to find a way to keep BG, let Hargrave walk, let Cox walk, and you keep CJ and you keep Brandon, and you restructure Slay's deal and you redo his deal. Like I said, like the guy told me, in the comics, and I agree with this. And I think the Eagles are going to do it. I think the Eagles are going to do what they did with Fletcher Cox with Slay's contract. I think they release him. People freak out. Don't freak out because they're going to bring him back on a 1 year deal. They did this with Fletcher Cox, where I was like, what are we doing? Why are we releasing him? We're taking a cap hit. What are we doing? Why? And then you heard rumors that they're interested in this guy, and the Eagles bring him back. The Eagles can bring Darius Slay back. They just got to redo his deal. And I think you're going to see that. I think they're going to take the cap hit and redo his whole deal where it's not going to hurt him down in the future. So they're going to take the cap hit this year, and they're going to sign him to a 1 year deal and make Darius Slay a 1 year deal cornerback. So next year he is free agency, and they don't have to worry about paying him or try and trade him, because that's how teams get into situations where, like Ramsey, where he wants a new deal now. That's why you don't pay cornerbacks top money. Because now if the if if the Rams had had Howard Roseman, they wouldn't have to worry about restructuring deal trying to trade players. They are now begging for picks because they don't got any. They didn't play for the future. We got 2 first rounders, man. One of them I think gets traded, but we got picks where we can replace those guys that we lose. Not all of them, but some of them. And we got futures down the road for the following year. So we can afford to lose players and replace them with new players in the draft. The Rams don't. The Rams are going to be bad for a long time. And it goes back to they weren't smart. They always wanted, they were the team that was flashy. They went out and got big free agents. They went out and made huge, humongous trades like you saw in Madden. But what did it cost them? 1 Super Bowl and that was it? They won 1 Super Bowl, and that's the only thing they're going to have. The Eagles have to sign the top 1, 2 priorities, let the rest walk. Sign the top 1 or let the exactly. I feel like the Eagles are going to listen. I'm not worried about what the Eagles are going to do. I feel like the Eagles are going to get a deal done with CJ, and I feel like they're going to franchise tag him, and I think they restructured Darius Slay's deal. Darius Slay right now is making a lot of money, and he is a cap hit right now. If you trade him by June 1st, I don't know what team's going to trade for him. So again, that's what I'm saying. They're going to restructure his deal. They're going to release Darius Slay, bring him back on a 1-year deal. People freaking out. I'm not going to freak out because I know what Howard Roseman's doing. Howard Roseman's going to restructure his deal where it's going to be a 1-year rental deal. He's going to come back on a 1-year deal. And he's going to be a free agent next year and he's going to be gone. That's how it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? And again, I mean, there's a lot of people saying we should trade Darius. We can't trade Darius Slay. We have a huge cap hit if we do that. Unless you want to wait June 1st. That's what I'm saying. The Eagles are going to release. They're going to take the cap hit by releasing him and bring him back on a 1-year deal. The same thing they did with Cox. It's going to be tough. But listen, I mean, we'll figure it out. I mean, look at the contracts, man. I mean, the dude. It says just looking at the way this from Philly Nation on Twitter. Shout out to him. Just looking at the way Howard Roseman structures Darius Slay's contract, it's pretty clear he gave himself 2 choices to make it way when it came to 2023. Post June 1st, move to save $17.5 million cap, or to restructure and guarantee more money to already a 32-year-old cornerback. So again, man, at the time you needed corner, and he was the best cornerback on the market. You wanted Rams, you couldn't get him. You had to. Darius Slay was available. You didn't pay that much, right? And you had to get him. So it's going to be interesting. But like I said, I think we restructured Darius Slay's deal, and I don't think we guarantee more money. I think we restructure the deal and make it a 1-year deal, a cheap, friendly deal, and he's gone next year. That's how I think it's going to happen. I'm not extending him more money. You already got extended enough, bro. He needs to go. You know what I'm saying? If it means that he got to restructure for 1 more deal and play his contract out this year and go somewhere where someone can pay him top money, go for it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no team that's going to trade for Darius Slay. What are you going to get back? No team is going to trade for a 32-year-old corner. It's not going to happen unless they're in the win mode right now. If Slay doesn't like the restructure, he leaves. No, if Slay don't restructure the deal, he's out of here. Then he gets traded. And we pretty much going to be screwed then. Because if Darius Slay refuses to restructure his deal, he is gone. The Eagles will find a way to trade him. And they will get rid of his contract, and they will take the cap hit. Listen, I mean, there's no other option. Darius Slay has to restructure. You don't get a choice. You know what I'm saying? He will be traded then, for sure. Because you got to sign CJ. The Eagles are not letting CJ walk, bro. They went out and traded for him. I don't see how CJ walks out of Philadelphia without a contract. They're going to try to bring Brandon Graham back. He is a guy that you need to bring back. They're losing Hargrave. And they don't have a veteran leader right now that's going to be here for a long time on his team. Hassan Riddick might be the only veteran on his team who's only 28 years old. Brandon Graham has been here for a while, and he knows how to win championships. You need that point of veteran, man. So again, it's going to be tough, but listen, Slade don't restructure the deal. He's out of here. So he better hope he restructures the deal. Because guess what? We're going to take a huge cap if he doesn't. And we're going to trade him. I don't know what you do here. You can't let I'm reading the comment. But Philly Nation said, I don't know what you do here. You can't let a season play out on his 26 million cap hit in 2023. But when he leads to losing a chance to lock up core players to be the next window in the last year before a massive quarterback extension actually kicks in. Exactly, man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Darius Slay, the time his deal is done, Jalen Hurts' contract will be kicking in by then. And I don't see how you leave. Like I said again, you got to sign CJ. You cannot let him walk out that building. If the Eagles let him walk out the building, then they're disgraceful, in my opinion. Then they don't want to win. Because to me, you showed me that you are not going to pay a safety, man. And you know what? I get it if it was a 32-year-old. I get it. But this safety is the best that you ever have. You don't take advantage of that situation. You got to take advantage of that situation. You don't let a guy like that walk. And Darius Slay might not be happy. Look, I don't give a fuck what Darius Slay is happy with Matt Patricia. Get over it, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're 32 years old, man. Stop acting like a child, bro. The offseason will be interesting. Yeah, and it's in 2 weeks, man. Tomorrow we gotta see what the Eagles do. They got until 4 p.m. tomorrow, p.m. Eastern, or if you're on the West Coast, I don't know what time you have, but they got into that to franchise tag CJ Gardner-Johnson. If they don't, he is automatically will be a restricted free agent. And I don't know what you do then. So I expect the Eagles to get busy on it. I think they franchise tag him. And I think they go into this season, they're going to restructure Darius Slay to make it a 1 year. I think they release him, bring his contract. They release all his contract, and they bring him back on a 1 year deal. The same thing we did with Cox the last year. And they let him walk next year. And we draft a corner with the 10th pick. And we draft a defensive end, we draft a corner in the second. Because I think one of those corners are going to fall in the second round. I don't think all corners are going to go in the top first. They don't usually do that. And we also got to understand, like, the Eagles got to have enough money also for draft picks, especially number one picks. They're a lot of money to sign. If you don't have enough money for your draft picks, you're not going to be able to sign them. Then guess what? You're in a situation where you might be bad. You know what I'm saying? I can't imagine the Eagles not signing the draft picks, And you got to also pay Jalen Hurts. This is what happens when you draft a quarterback. This is what happens when you pay a quarterback. You're not going to be able to make moves like this. That's why it's so important in the draft. You got to be able to do this, And it is what it is. We're not going to have the same team like we did before, We got to do this in the draft, and we got to get players in this draft that are going to develop. It's not about this year. It's about the following years down the road. Darius Slay is not the future. He is the past. He might be good for what? 1 more year? 2 more years? But he's not going to be here when our draft picks are going to develop. He's going to be out of here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to be shocked. Like I said, Darius Slay don't restructure. He's gone. There's no excuses. And we're going to be really, really fucked because this gap is huge. So we better hope he does restructure. The one dude, what's his name? The main guy, 84, told me he hasn't regressed. He's stopped. He's a really good cornerback. Bro, Darius, I never said he wasn't a great cornerback. And he's regressed for sure. Yo, I'm so sick of these Eagle fans, man. Take your Slay pom-poms down, bro. Come on, man. Darius Slay is not paying your bills, man. Why do you care what he goes to, man? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? People are so attached to certain players, bro. They remind me of Carson fanboys, man. Take them pom-poms off your hands, bro. If Darius Slay gets traded, I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to cry over spill milk, bro. No one said he was a really good corner. What I said was he has regressed. And listen, he's not better than Jai Alexander. He's not better than most of these guys. I would take Marshawn Lattimore right now, straight up for Darius Slay. Tell me you wouldn't do it. I would. He's younger, and he plays better than Slay. That doesn't mean Slay's not a good corner. I never say he wasn't. But when I say he's regressed, people think that he's suddenly. I say he's not a good corner. No, I didn't say that. I say he's regressed for what he was, and for what he's making. He's not worth that type of money. But people don't listen. They got hard. They got hard. They have hard job of hearing what they're supposed to hear. They want to hear what they want to hear instead of what they should hear. And they have trouble hearing. They don't have good hearing. They need to get hearing aids because obviously they don't understand what I'm saying. They don't got comprehension skills and they have trouble understanding simple words. And it's crazy. Because instead he's regressed, he has regressed. When is Darius Slay in this season in the playoffs? He's made plays, but he's not got an interception. He's knocked the ball down. But again, man, I mean, I've seen him get beat by guys like Olave. You know what I'm saying? They targeted him. They ripped him apart. You're not supposed to be able to get ripped apart by a rookie. You know what I'm saying? Hey, come on, bro. People got to stop. Put the pom-poms down, bro. Seriously, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm so sick of these Slay fans, bro. Like, I get it. He's a good player. Never said he wasn't. He hasn't regressed. And he's a really good cornerback. And he's a leader in the locker room. And he can train up a rookie cornerback. Iron sharpens iron. He's also a cap hit, bro. Boy, there's going to be a lot of people that ain't going to like what we're going to do. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be the one crying. I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot of Eagle fans pissed. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I will not be surprised if the Eagles trade Darius Slay. Don't be shocked. Do not be shocked. Because if they restructure the deal, don't be surprised that they release him immediately. Don't be surprised that they restructure the deal to a 1-year deal and they try to trade him. Why? Because they might look at it and say, we might want to get younger at corner. Boy, you're in for real. All you Eagle fans who think I'm crazy. All right, cool. All right. I don't see him coming back, bro. I think he might be a leader in the locker room, but he's making a lot of money. And you don't have enough money for that. You got to restructure the deal, and you might have to trade him. And guess what? If I can get some picks back for him, I'd do it in a heartbeat. We need picks. I would rather sign C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's 25 years old, and I'd rather draft a young rookie corner and let him develop. What is Darius Slay going to teach a rookie corner? You know what I'm saying? What? The ropes to being a veteran? That's great and fine. But again, man, like I feel like that rookie corners, if you draft a rookie corner, they're starting day one. You're not putting them at number 2. They're your number 1 corners from day one. You got to let them go through some growing pain. And people do not understand the word cap hit. Darius Slay is making a lot of money. I don't think a lot of people understand it. They think it's Madden. I think that a lot of people play Madden. Because guess what? It's not Madden. If it was Madden, don't you think we'd be signing everybody? Come on, man. Like, I gotta stop trying to be Darius Slay fanboys, man. Are you an Eagle fan or are you a Slay fan? Because if you're a Slay fan, let me know. Because I'm an Eagle fan. I don't care about Darius Slay's feelings. I don't care about what the player has to say. It's a business at the end of the day. You have a job to do, and if we decide to trade Darius Slay, I'm not going to get upset because we got a plan involved for that. So whoever this main god dude is who's tweeted me out, bro, put the pom-poms down, bro. Seriously. Put the Slay pom-pom down. Okay? Put the Slay pom-pom down. Because he might be traded. I'm not going to tell you, oh, everything's okay. Don't worry. I hate when y'all say you're going to get traded. Well, newsflash for you. He might be traded. Sorry, it's not the happy story time. It's not a good feeling day. I mean, not good feeling story. You don't get a bedtime. It's not a feel good bedtime story. It's not how it works in the real world. There's sacrifices that have to be made. There's players that are going to be walking. The Eagles cannot keep everybody. Maybe Howard Roseman's a great GM, but he's not a freaking god. He cannot raise a magic wand and appear cap space out of nowhere and keep everybody. It don't work like that. And I think people forget that. We got to keep Darius Slay. He's a veteran. He might be a veteran. But listen, if he has a lot of money on his books, see ya. Because it's not about just C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You got to pay Jalen Hurts. And you got a lot of contracts you got to sign down to 2 to 3 years. You got also draft picks you got to sign too. Or you're not going to sign them. They cost money. How much you think a first round pick is? How much you think they're worth? What about a second rounder? You're not going to sign them? You think they magically just get on his team for no reason? No, you got to extend them. You got to sign them. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, the Eagles are in a situation they're not going to be able to keep everybody. And there's things that fans don't want to see go. And there's players that fans don't want to see go that will go. And one of those guys that I could see getting traded, despite him restructuring his deal, is Slay. Because he's 32 years old. And he's going to be on a young football team. There's going to be some team that's going to be ready to win right now. And if I could get a pick back from him, I'm doing it. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a Slay fan, okay, then you're not an Eagle fan. Because it's not the Darius Slay. It's not the Philadelphia Darius Slays. I keep on saying this. You know what I'm saying? We did this with Carson Wentz when he left. We done this with Malcolm Jenkins. You know the Philadelphia Eagles. You know the Philadelphia Eagles always do this. You know they trade players that they don't want to go. You know they release players that they don't want to see go. That fans don't want to see go. But it is the best for the future to even try to trade Darius Slay. Because guess what? You get Gonzalez. He is a number one starter day one. You are not putting him at number 2. He's not a number 2 corner. He's a number 1 corner. He is going to be where Darius Slay is going to be. So Darius Slay is not going to be on the field. So again, what are you going to do then? You know, I get it. You want him to learn from a cornerback. I get that he's a veteran. You know, he's a locker room leader. That's fine and great. But he has made so much money. And you cannot afford to keep him and CJ at the same time. One of those two got to go. And I'll be damned if I leave a 25-year-old safety go if I even think about keeping a 32-year-old safety that's making twice as money as multiple quarterbacks. The Lesborough was not on their level. I think Slay's a good corner. I think he's a good corner. Do I think he's a legit elite corner? No, I don't. I don't think he's an elite corner. I think he's a good corner. I don't think he's a top 5 corner that he gets paid right now to be. He's not on some other corners levels. You know what I'm saying? He's a good corner, solid corner that could start for another team for sure. But he's not a star corner. He's not a guy that I'm paying top 5 money or shouldn't have paid top 5 money. At the time with the Lions, when we traded for him, he was a good corner at the time. He was younger. He's 32 years old. It is the point where I'm seeing the Eagles going to start getting younger. The Eagles are going to get younger. Graham is gone. Cox is gone. Slay is gone. Whether you like it or not, he will be traded. If he doesn't get traded, he gets a 1-year deal, restructured deal, where he's going to have 1 more year on his contract, and he's going to be out the door next year. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to get younger. They are going to get younger. There might be one veteran back, but it's not going to be Darius Slay being back. I doubt Darius Slay stays in 2023 to 2024. I seriously doubt it, man. I don't see it happening. It's making so much money right now. But there's a lot of Slay fans and rather Eagle fans. Put your pom-pom down. Okay? Like, take the poster off, take the Darius Slay poster off, along with your Wentz poster. Okay? Because he's not coming back. Listen, anything you restructure the deal, the Eagles might say, hey, we restructure your deal. Now we're going to look to trade you. Because they need money. Money don't grow on trees. Sorry, it doesn't. If it grew on trees, everybody would be a millionaire right now. Just because Howard Rose was good at cap space does not make he can keep everybody. You know what I'm saying? So again, there's a lot of fans who tweet me and don't know what they're talking about. Never said he wasn't a good corner. I say he's regressed. He's regressed. Is Darius Slay a top 5 corner? Yes or no? Because if he is, you're lying to yourself. He's a top 15 corner, but he's not top 5. And he's not also a corner that I'm paying top 5 money to. So, I mean, whoever this clown is who's tweeting me, whatever your name is, bro, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? He has regressed. How hasn't he? You know what I'm saying? Has Darius Slay played to 100% since he got the contract? No, he hasn't. Now, again, could it be Jonathan Gannon? Absolutely can be. Jonathan Gannon is horrible. But I think part of it is Darius Slay's getting older. And when you draft a rookie corner, they're going to be day one starters, especially a top 10 pick. They're day one starters. You don't keep a cornerback and say, all right, corner, go sit down and learn from Darius Slay. No, sit down. No, that's how players get in. That's how players start losing confidence. You don't do that to a young corner. I mean, it's just some people don't know what they talk about, bro. You know what I'm saying? Are you Slay fans? Or are you real Eagle fans? That's all I want to know. And there's a lot of content creators who think that we should be Mr. Positive. Oh, no player can leave the Eagles. Oh yeah, Howard Rose can't keep everybody. And I'm gonna say it again, you're not gonna like what's gonna happen. I'm already seeing it in free agency. I'm already seeing the signs on the wall. When it gets put onto paper, it's not going to be something you're going to like, but it's going to be something we have to do. There's going to be moves that the Eagles might not want to do that you might not like, but they have to do it. And there's going to be tough decisions in this business. It's a business. You know what I'm saying? So again, people got to get over it, man. I don't get it. I don't understand how people not understand that Darius Slay might not be on this team. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to find it. They're trying to find a way to sit there and say, oh, that's not going to happen. They're trying to put that in their head, and it is going to happen. Darius Slay's not making it through 2023. I'll be shocked if he does. And if he does, he stays here. Listen, he stays here, but he's going to be on a one-year deal. They're going to redo his deal. They're going to do the same thing with Cox. They're going to release him. They're going to bring him back on a one-year deal. Or they might just release him and let him walk. They might do that. Especially if they can't trade him. They might release Darius Slay and let him walk. Because maybe Darius Slay said, I don't want to be restructured. Not for what you get. He might want to be restructured, but the restructuring what the Eagles are going to do to him, he's going to make less money than he was before. Again, man, I mean, people are pom-poms, man. Are you Slay fans or you Eagle fans? That's what I want to know. Because I think a lot of people are Slay fans. They're not real Eagle fans. Because if you're an Eagle fan, you don't care about the player. You care about the logo on the back of the jersey. You care about the logo on the helmet. You care about the Eagles logo. I don't care about what player, who likes it, who doesn't. I don't care about that. Slay is not going to be here. And you know what? Listen, I'm not going to be mad. There's going to be a lot of people going to be mad. The Eagles had a formal meeting with Syracuse DB Gary Williams. See, again, man, look at the writings on the wall, bro. Hold up. Look at the writings on the wall. I don't know if you can see that. Take this off. But look at the writings on the wall. They are not going to keep Darius. I'm telling you right now, Darius Slay's gone. Look at that. Look at that. Hold up. You can see that. Hold up. Closer. But anyway, it says the Eagles held a formal meeting with Syracuse DB Garrett Williams. They're looking to draft a corner. Slay's out of here. Like, they're looking at drafting a corner. Not 1 round, 2 rounds. I will not be shocked if the Philadelphia Eagles do something unusual. They're going to draft 2 corners in the first and second pick, because they're going to have 2 second-round picks, because they're going to trade the 30th pick and they're going to move up a couple spots to get Gibbs, and they're going to get a guy like Garrett Williams to be the second corner. Slay is not going to be here. And again, people are going to tell me I'm wrong, and I'm going to tell you I told you so when he's out of here. But keep thinking I'm wrong. Keep thinking that he's going to be here. And if he is here, so be it. Seahawks quarterback Geno Smith agreed to a 3-year deal with the Seahawks. Yeah, they're stupid. The dude is 32. They're going to be bad for a while. So, good. You know what I'm saying? Way to waste DK Metcalf's career, bro. Seahawks are a trash organization. The Titans are shopping Derrick Henry. And there's a lot of Eagle fans who think he's going to come here. He's not coming here. He's going to Buffalo. And I told people that Derrick Henry's getting traded. Where's my praise? I said in my early live stream when we got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I said the Eagles, I said the Titans. I know it was during the Titans and A.J. Brown. When A.J. Brown came to Philadelphia, when he beat Tennessee in Philadelphia, and Jim got fired, I said, don't be surprised if the Tennessee Titans trade Derrick Henry. Oh, they're not going to trade Derrick Henry. Okay. This kid think I don't know what I'm talking about. Just do that. Listen to these Eagle YouTubers. They're going to tell you it's okay. Don't worry. We're going to keep Slay. It's not going to happen. Listen to me, because I've been right most of the time. I've been telling you what was going to happen. And listen, people don't want to believe me. They don't want to. It's nothing I can do. I'm not going to argue with dummies. If you think I'm a dummy, then so be it. I can't argue with you. I can only tell you what I think is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And right now, the Philadelphia Eagles don't have enough money to sign C.J. Gardner-Johnson to a deal. They got to restructure Darius Slay, and I think they get him. They're going to just release him. That's what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to take the cap hit, and they're just going to release him. Or they're going to restructure the deal to a 1-year deal like Cox, and they're going to keep him for 1 more year. Or they might just wait to June 1st and then try to trade him and see if the team picks up his contract, which I don't see how. He's making so much money right now. Who is going to take that contract? Maybe the Raiders, if they don't draft a corner. Again, man, like, we got to understand that. It's not reality, bro. The Eagles also had a formal meeting with Georgia offensive tackle Broderick Jones. Interesting. That's interesting, because he's projected to go in the first. It's like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't. I give you what I think is going to happen. But if you don't want to believe me that Slay's not going to be here, then so be it. Listen to these content creators that are going to tell you that he's going to be here. Listen to these content creators that are going to tell you that we can sign everybody. Listen to those content creators. Don't listen to me. When Slay gets cut or he gets restructured to his cheap, and he comes back on a 1-year deal and he walks next year, or he gets traded June. I think he gets traded June 1st, or he gets restructured and just release him. I think they either release him before free agency, or I think they look to trade him by June 1st. I don't think he's staying, but we'll see. A lot of stupid people on his Twitter. I swear, there's a lot of people on Twitter that are stupid. Don't know what they really talk about. I mean, there's people who think that we're trading for that. We're not getting Derrick Henry. First of all, he has a lot of money on his hands. He's 29 years old. There's a lot of content creators who do stuff. Don't. Whatever, man. There's a lot of Eagle content creators tweeting right now that Derrick Henry's not coming here. If we cannot pay C.J. Gardner-Johnson, why the hell will we trade for a running back? We came to pay, really, to be honest, we came to pay Hargrave. I'm not trading for no running back when Derrick Henry is making more money than the corner we have right now. Get out of here, man. Stupid shit like that just irritate me, man. And there's going to be a lot of Eagle fans who are going to fall for it. When it doesn't happen, they're going to cry. I'm not going to be crying. Again, man, it's like, y'all got to stop doing that shit, man. Get all your hopes up every year. The same contractors who wanted Saquon Barkley in the draft that we should trade all these picks to get him. Come on, bro. Every year, man. Every year. No, we're not getting Derrick Henry. I'm gonna tell you right now, we're not getting Derrick Henry. You know, I'd be shocked if we trade for him. We can't afford C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Come on, bro. We're not getting Derrick Henry, man. And there's a lot of consequences who just do that, man. They say, well, oh look, the Eagles are trading for Derrick Henry. Oh look, Derrick Henry might be traded. Look, Eagles can't afford him. You know what I'm saying? He's like, bro, like, do you not understand the word cap? Do you not understand the word we do not have enough money to pay for? If we're not signing Sanders, why the hell would we trade for a running back? We're probably drafting a running back. I mean, if I'm going to get one guy back, it will be Miles Sanders. I'm not trading for no Derrick Henry. Dude is 29, going to be 30 years old, and he's definitely regressed as a running back. He's not the same. That's why they're trading him, because he doesn't have the same Derrick Henry that he was before. He's not the same guy. I'm not trading for no agent-ass running back. We're not going to go in the draft and get a running back myself that's going to be younger and cheaper. Stupid stuff like that. And you got a lot of evil conspirators who hype them up. They're the same ones who thought Saquon Barkley was going to be a Philadelphia Eagle. Same ones. You know what I'm saying? The same ones that think we were going, that were hyping up. You know what I'm saying? Again, man, it's like, we're not getting him. Just like we're not keeping Darius Slay. If he stays one more year. I don't know what's so hard for y'all to understand it. But don't listen to me. No, don't listen to me. And people say, well, you didn't know A.J. Brown was going to get traded. I knew A.J. Brown was going to get traded to the Eagles. You know why? Because the Eagles lost every receiver on this draft board. And they needed a receiver. And rumors came out before, and if you actually read it, the Philadelphia Eagles were interested in the receiver from the beginning. They were looking at DK Metcalf. I made a report that the Eagles were looking at Metcalf. Oh, no, we can't get Metcalf. We can't get this guy. Oh, A.J. Brown. Everybody told me A.J. Brown wasn't going to come. I knew A.J. Brown was coming. Because A.J. Brown was a guy that I could see get traded to the Eagles. Because the Eagles had interest in him in the draft. And they were going to land him if he was there. Unfortunately, I think he was there before. No, they took J.J. over him. No, but I knew they were going to get a receiver. They needed to get one. They weren't going to get a rookie receiver. Come on, man. Everybody knew they were going to trade for one. Just I thought we were going to give up a lot more. We didn't. When Tennessee was trying to trade A.J. Brown, the Eagles were the first priority I thought he was going to go to. I knew he was going to be an Eagle. I've been dreaming for that. Along with Metcalf. I had images of Metcalf and Jalen Hurts and Devontae. I had A.J. and Devontae and Hurts. One of those two was coming to Philadelphia. So again, man, but we're not trading for Derrick Henry, bro. So again, man, like, I need Eagle fans to stop doing that shit. But there's consequences who do that. And I don't get it. I mean, why you want to hype your fan base up? That it just makes you look phony, bro. It does, No respect to them. If you want to do that, so be it. But you're putting stuff in a lot of Eagle fans saying, you know how Eagle fans are. We fought for a lot of rumors. I'm not falling for them. So these Eagle fans want us to trade I think Derrick Henry's going to want to. I think the Titans are going to get a lot for Henry. Henry is still a good running back, but I'm not trained for a running back. Number one, he's Derrick Henry is making a lot of money. He's another guy that has a cap hit. Why the Titans couldn't afford A.J. Brown? Why do you think that? Because they couldn't afford him because they just signed Henry and they just signed Tannehill. That's why they couldn't afford their number one receiver. No, man. Derrick Henry can go to Buffalo. How about that? I think he goes to Chicago. I got to think. He goes to Houston or Chicago. I think he goes to Chicago. Nice. I like that. It's like, again, man, we always hype each other, man. Like, we're not trained for no running back, bro. If we get a running back, we're going to get a guy like DeAndre Swift on his last deal. We're not getting no Derrick Henry. So I don't know why people think that. I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Not again, things can change, but right now, that's not happening. Damn, Henry Ruggs' prosecution temporarily complicated by the need to find a judge with a proper authority. Yo, Derrick Henry might be getting off charges. Man, it's crazy. I don't know why they do this. Can't see that, but yeah. Like, again, man, Derrick Henry's on trade block. Eagles need to get him. Jalen Ramsey's on trade block. Eagles need to get him. We're not getting every player, bro. So we can't afford C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We can't afford running backs, man. Come on, bro. What makes you think we're on trade for him? It is. I'm done talking. And like again, man. I mean, we're gonna see tomorrow, 4 p.m. We'll see what C.J. Gardner-Johnson. See if franchise tag him. I think we got to franchise tag him. And I think you got to do some restructuring. I think you got to trade some players that you don't want to trade. There's going to be a lot of people who don't like it. And there's going to be a lot of people who just are like me who don't care. Because I know it's best for a team down the road. They might not look at it first, but it's better down the road. And see what happens. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I got 5 likes, man. I appreciate y'all, bro. Like again, Eagle contractors making Eagles train for Derrick, and no, they're not. What I'm saying? Shout out to my guy Philly 400, but bro, like, no respect to him. I know what the video is about, but like, we're not trained for Derrick Henry. So I'm gonna be real with you. We're not trained for Derrick Henry. Stop it. I know you content creators are doing that shit, man. If you want to hype yourself up, go for it, bro. We're not trained for Derrick Henry. If we cannot afford C.J. Gardner-Johnson and we got to pay him, how in the hell are we going to pay for Derrick Henry? We got to still sign Jalen Hurts to a contract. Makes no sense. Derrick Henry's contract is huge right now, bro. He's going to pay top money. Seen a lot of Eagle fans. Again, shout out to Brendan Deed from Twitter. He's saying, seen a lot of Eagle fans should get Derrick Henry tweets. Hard to pass. He's 29 years old and due to a $10,000.1 million next season. So he got a huge cap hit, man. No, he's gone, bro. He's not coming to Philadelphia. I can draft another running back and go get my running back. Why would I trade for Derrick Henry? Come on, bro. No, but they're going to link us. Like I said, they're going to link to every running back to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's what they do. So, I mean, I'm not worried about it, man. Like, if y'all want to hype up Derrick Henry to the Eagles, go for it, man. We're not getting him. He's going to Buffalo. I'm going to say it again. He is going to Buffalo or he's going to Chicago. I can see him going to somewhere like the Lions. They need a running back over there. They might lose DeAndre Swift. Another team that might get there would be the Giants. They got enough cap space Get him. You know. See, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Hold up. Again, I mean, we need to stop doing this shit. Anyway, it said, would you trade acquire another Titans star? First of all, he's not a star anymore. Okay. It was reported today that the Titans are shopping Derrick Henry. The Eagles could be potential landing spot. The Eagles are not trading for Derrick Henry. And we would give up, first of all, the Titans are not accepting that. 23 second rounder. 23 second rounder. No 60 overall. I'm not trading my second round pick. The 24th seventh rounder. I'm not trading my seventh round pick. That's not happening. I'm not trading no picks. We're not trading for no running back. I'm not doing it. No. I'm not trading no picks. You need those picks. I mean, I feel like we're back to this. Remember, the Philadelphia Eagles need to go out and get Jamal Adams. You remember Jalen Ramsey? We're not trading picks, dude. Hey, I can't wait for the Derrick Henry rumors to end, bro. So, you know what I'm saying? Just like the Ramsey rumors, I can't wait for those things to end. I can't wait. Just trade Derrick Henry so fast so we don't have to hear about him anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm just waiting for Derrick Henry to get traded. Keep him away from the Eagles. You know, it's like, sorry, I'm not trading my second round pick. Got to get out of here with that. Especially for a 29-year-old that's going to be 30 and to regress. He's regressed as a running back, bro. There's a reason why the Tennessee Titans are trading him because he's not the same player he was. No, thank you. So these Eagle fans want us to trade. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of Eagle contractors are going to be happy with Derrick Henry rumors, man. And you know what? There is a lot of bloggers who hype these teams, hype players up to the Eagles. And you know what? A guy like Derrick Henry, because we lose Miles Sanders, they think the Eagles will get him. The Eagles are not trained for no running back. Howie Roseman is not going to go out and trade for Derrick Henry. The best thing you might get is a guy like a Gibbs in this draft. The Eagles are not going to be on spenders. I'm trying to tell everybody, we're not spending money in free agency. We're not trained for nobody's particular in free agency. I'll be shocked if we do that. We are going to be limited in free agency because we're going to have to restructure a lot of deals. We got to sign CJ back. You got to sign Jalen Hurts to his contract. You got to draft a corner in this draft. I'm not paying for no running back. We don't got enough money to do that. But you know, you got a lot of fans who just don't seem to understand. So it is what it is. You know, they want to hype their fans up. Talk about the Eagles could have a chance to get Derrick Henry. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. I'll be shocked if they do that. No, but you know, there are a lot of idiots who think that. And I'm not going to argue with them. You know, I respect every content creator, but some content creators, you know, they do it because they want to hype these fans up. I'm not doing that. I don't need to hype y'all up. You know, it's like into the Eagles restructured deal. I'm not going to sit there and talk about Derrick Henry. They can't restructure Derrick Henry right now. They're not paying for no running back. So I mean, I don't know where this is coming from. I mean, unless I don't see that. I don't see. I would love Derrick Henry. I just don't see it coming. I mean, there's a lot of people, man. I mean, we'll see what happens. Well, obviously Marvin Mims met with the. That's good, man. I like Marvin Mims a lot. The Browns might be looking at a speedy receiver with Amari Cooper offseason. Will pass the ball more than they have in the past, source told. They're going to the Sean Watson offense, not Nick Chubb. They will pass a lot more than folks. I mean, I would trade. I mean, you want to trade Quez? Send him to the Browns. What were you giving up for? You give me a second round pick, I'd do it. All they would do it, but I offer. I would ask. I would rob the Browns. It's because I think they're a horrible organization. Titans are rebuilding, man. You know, see what happens though. But we've been here for a long time, man. You knew, hit that like button. Thank y'all for coming on, man. Uh, we'll see what happens though. But we're gonna keep our eye tomorrow. Listen, we got to 4 p.m. to a franchise tag CJ. See what happens though. Boy, you see one. I'm out.